bring that up. Make sure it's recording good. Okay, there it is. Okay. Now let's launch the game. I'll have to change the path blueprints again. Originally, I was planning on playing Riser this week, but I had a personal matter come up the last 2 days. Nothing major. It was just helping family with stuff. I thought we would be able to do that on the days that I would be visiting them next week, but they wanted to have it done a little bit sooner, just so that we can spend the actual holidays together instead of handling that. Okay. And there's the game. Okay. But yeah, so like I said, originally the plan for this week was to play a bit more Riser, but because I missed the last session and I won't be available to stream on Saturday, it didn't feel right to have a single session of Riser in the middle of that. I'd rather jump in the next time I know that my schedule is completely full, that I won't be like risking dropping any streams. So today and Tuesday, if I end up streaming, because next week's all up in the air. But I won't know until Saturday when my family wants to get together fully for the holidays. I know, obviously, Christmas Eve through Boxing Day, I won't be streaming. Which actually, if I look at the... Yeah. So, like, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week, I won't be streaming. Tuesday, I should still be here. I won't know until the 20th. So I'll send a message on YouTube, a post-it note about that on when I'll exactly be streaming next week. But for that reason, if I am streaming on Tuesday, it won't be Riser, it'll be more Blueprints. Same with... No, Monday I'll probably stick with Mass Effect. And my reason why is because we're getting pretty deep into that. And at the bare minimum, at least I will be streaming that again tomorrow. So I won't really be losing any days for that. And I'm wondering how much more of that game we actually have. It's possible we could finish it before the end of the year. We'll see. I doubt it. There's probably a whole bunch of side quests that I haven't unlocked yet that I'll have to do. Because I do know that there's at least 2 other planets that I have to fully explore. Possibly more after that. So that's what the plan is until the Christmas break. Riser, I'm hoping will continue on the 29th. But the one issue is specifically the 31st. In addition to that being New Year's Eve, it's one of my friend's birthdays. I live with that friend. So that is more when everyone else wants to get together for his birthday, whether I'll be streaming or not. I won't know that until next week, until closer to that time as well. So it's possible the 29th might also be Blueprints, in which case then we won't be back to Riser until the 1st. Oh, wait, no. I'm looking at the schedule on 31st is the Wednesday. So yeah, we should be back to Riser on the 30th. And then we'll continue on from there. But today is Blueprints. We're on day 6. We've done some meta progression. It's like we've drained the fountain already. We got the extra steps from the apple orchard because I knew about the code to that in advance, and because of how advantageous those 20 extra steps are, I kind of sequence broke that because I knew about that in advance. I apologize at the time. I'm avoiding... That fountain had water in it. It looks like it's drained. It might have just been a graphical glitch because it's the first time loading for the day. We do have 2 allowance that we start with every single day. Trying to... Oh. That's good to know. Trying to remember the controls. It's been a while. Okay. Okay, it is RT. I do think the den is great here. Before we go into that, I'll check the other 2 doors as well. I do think I want the parlor. It's like I know the spare room would get us to the corner, but it's like I think I want to make sure we have lots of gems. I will put the spare room on this side though. But we'll go through the parlor first. Start with that code. Also, no. Okay. Oh, finally! Magnifying glass. Okay. That helps a lot. But we'll start with the code. The blue box is true. If this is true, blue is true, and white has to be false. In which case, then white would have the gems. You're in the parlor. We are in the parlor, which means this is true. Because that is true, this has to be true. So the gems... this has to be false, which means the gems are in this box. Okay. Let's go with the Nook. Okay, grab the key. Ooh, coupon book. Getting that early is very nice. Okay. So we could go to the parlor, but it would end up leading to a dead end. We can use the observatory to keep going forward. Let's go with the observatory. We'll enter here. Okay, we're on 7 days. I don't think that's the negative one. No, this is farmer's apples. So, apples are now oranges. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the den. Grab that gem before we keep going further up. There's a chest in here. Don't want to spend my only key on that, though. Okay. Go corridor. Go gymnasium. We can go aquarium. I'll go gymnasium, but I'm not going to enter it so that we don't lose the 2 steps. And I'll just enter through the spare bedroom. Like, yes, we technically lost the 2 steps by going around anyways, but this way we're also getting this. Ooh. We'll go pantry. Ah, banana. The one time I wanted an apple. Okay. Let's go with the drawing room. It costs a gem, but we'll get the gem back because we solved this safe last time. Don't see anything else. Okay. Bedroom's not bad, but I'd kind of prefer getting 2 directions to go. So I will risk the redraw. Okay. We'll go chapel. Don't see any items. Checking the ground. Nothing there. Let's keep going up for now. That's honestly what I was hoping for, was the courtyard. In the hopes that we can get a shovel. We didn't, we got the sledgehammer, which means we can open that chest in the den now, if we ever head back. I'm not gonna do it right now. Because if this path ends up being blocked by locked doors and we can't continue, we'll have to head back anyways to go to the observatory. Okay. I thought I was going north. But the dining room here was fine. Okay. Nothing in here. Can't afford the office. We can get the boudoir. Which, considering everything would be a dead end, this costs us a gem. This gives us a gem. We'll go with boudoir. Gives us a gem because we've solved this. Whoop, wrong button. We solved this safe as well. Whoop, 2 coins. Okay. I'll use corridor. Continue forward. And we know this door at least will be unlocked. Okay. Security. I definitely want this for meta progression. Because we have the magnifying glass. So now that we have this, we can now properly see the scratched out password. It's Swan Song. I did know that before, but I was holding off entering it until I had the magnifying glass and something that had that note at the same time, so that I wasn't breaking too much. But let's first go with the keycard system. Set it to low. Set it to unlock in case we do get the breaker box. I did see that there's a security door to the left, unfortunately. But now we can enter the code here. One song. Okay. And now with this, we can now remote terminal access. Obviously, right now it doesn't do anything because we don't have the other terminals. But if we had one of these in the building, we'd be able to make the changes at that point. And it's the same with security in those other locations. So what that means is, if we later either draft the key code or draft the utility box where we can shut down the security door. We can go to one of these other locations. Either, well, the office or the laboratory. We don't have access to the shelter right now. Well, kind of spoiler there, but it's like we can make the changes in one of these locations rather than having to come back to security. The bigger benefit of that is actually the laboratory one, where we can start a experiment without having to go back to the laboratory. But yeah, but now we can't do anything with that. I don't remember what policy. Yeah, this is just them saying that no one has to come into work. Everyone else has access to the network this month except you, Simon. So if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you, your friends in faithful service. Thanks. Can't make a schedule change. The specific brand of gum or your favorite fruit, the commissary is now taking special requests. So what this means is, I don't think it'll happen today, even though we haven't already placed the commissary. Maybe it will. I'm pretty sure it starts tomorrow and then the next 2 days. We can request one of these items to always show up in the commissary for us to buy. Out of these... Let's ask for the shovel to be there. Sure. Okay. Electronic mail. Okay, we can't do that now. We have to go to the office. Data transfer, not currently available. That's that pool. Okay, I think that's not really necessary to go through. Maybe there's something in there, but for now, we can ignore that. Yeah, so we kind of saw this last time because you can actually read it without it, but unless written on hand, we know that. Written of hand. Sorry. We know that. Whoa. Red memos are lies. Okay. Don't think I want to use that. Let's go back. Okay, that is locked too. Let's make our way back to the observatory, but we're going to want to go to the den anyways because there's a chest there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's 6 either way, so we can go through the gymnasium. Maybe there's an item or two in here. Doesn't look like it. Okay, that's fine. But we can open this. That's the silver key? Yeah. Okay. Got another gem. Go through here. We do have 2 keys now, so closing this way off isn't the worst. But I think I still would prefer the veranda. Keep my options open. It does use up all of our gems, though. Ooh, but we did get a metal detector. Okay. Oh, I don't have gems! Okay, but we did get the utility box. Actually... I think I want the bedroom, so that we can continue on this path. Game? That's just mean. I love it. Like, oh, you wanted the garage? Here's the keys. Now you just have to find it. Hallway's good. Oh. Okay. What you? Okay, no matter what, it'll go to a dead end. So I think I prefer the storeroom here. Oh, what am I talking about? It's the only thing we can't take. We don't have any gems. But this will give us a gem at least. Okay. Let's go with the billiard room. Orange is nice. Nothing else here. Do the billiard puzzle. I went too far. Okay, so that's 17. 2 times 10 is 20. 20. 18 divided by 6 is 3. Okay, and that's 3 minus 1 is 2. Times 15 is 30. Divided by 3 is 10. Okay. And that's 2 more keys. So we're fine for keys for now. Now we really need gems. Give me 1 second. I have a bot to banish to the Shadow Realm. What? Submit. Block. Close. Bam. Okay. Bring the YouTube chat back up. Okay. Let's resume. Okay. I will use the special key here. Well. This will allow us to go up at least. Does make choices harder to see though. And we can't even go down anyways. Oh. I'm on low security. 2 security doors, my butt. So we're gonna have to go all the way back to the courtyard. Okay. And then from here, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Wanna go straight? Go ahead and take my coin. Okay. Okay. We're not too so on steps right now. We can get above here through security. So rather than using this and hoping for the best, I will go utility box. And the reason why is because if the door in security leads to a dead end, because we don't know what's in here. For all we know, this is another door that goes to the left, in which case it's also a dead end. Or it could be like the locksmith, which is just a dead end to begin with. So rather than worrying about that, we expect this to be a dead end anyways, which means you have to go through security, so we can change the security system to high and then unlock those doors because they'll be off. Which means we'll now have the 2 paths on the archive again. Okay. So turn that off. We can now go through the gymnasium without worrying about it. We'll turn the garage on, I guess. Okay. Go through this way. We're getting kind of low on steps. With that change... Okay, we're not missing anything. We'll set it to high. Yeah, you should expect 1 or 2. I've seen 3, game. We'll set this to high. Still leave it as unlocked, though. Okay. I'm gonna hold off on the, actually no. Because I was gonna say there might be a green room over this way, which would cost a gem. But the green rooms over here would only cost 1. The one I'm worried about is the cloister, which is actually more likely to appear above the archive. Okay, patio's fine. This could also help with our gem situation. Got the gem back. We don't have a shovel yet. Let's go conference room. Okay. Don't see anything just yet. Let's continue north. Okay. Go East Hall. And entering here will give us a dinner. Go to the corner. Okay, let's go to the library. We do have a book waiting for us. Ooh, a free gem. Okay, a Sightseer's Guide to Reddington. Check out code. So yeah. We drew this yesterday, I believe, which is when we requested it. Which means today would be the 13th. You can tell that because it says we signed it out on the 12th. Yeah. So, introduction. The third largest city in Fen Ares, and site of its former capital, Reddington, is synonymous with mountains, mystery, and magic. Most tourists head straight for the boardwalk and don't get much further than the botanical gardens. However, Reddington has much more to offer. Spectacular scenery, a historic castle, and a charming underground bazaar reward visitors who wish to explore further. Reddington is that type of unique, enchanting place that lingers in your mind and memories long after you leave her. The Botanical Gardens, Reddington's most popular attraction and a guaranteed crowd pleaser. The Botanical Gardens is beloved by both locals and visitors. Hold on. Just want that out of the way. And visitors for its Ajuran canopy house and mausoleum, its petal-covered trails, and a mind-boggling variety of flowers. This is the reason springtime in Reddington's busy season. Situated just east of town, the Botanical Gardens offer a scenic and captivating tableau of the natural countryside. A cobblestone trail meanders past over 1,000 species of tropical plants, each remarkable in its own way. Yet even more stunning, set against the spectacular backdrop of the Reddington Mountains. Allow yourself at least an hour to indulge in the picturesque walk, which concludes at Mainway Station. Elex VA? A specimen of holly unique to Reddington Mountains. I probably butchered that name, so I apologize to any botanists out there. Featherfall Keep. You'll find, sitting at the base of Mount Perma, Reddington's second highest summit, a historic site described by scholars as significantly important to the realm's past. Featherfall Keep, the former home of Lord William Epson, has until recently always been a private residence, serving as a family home to the Epsons since before the Third Era. After the death of Lord Epson, his oldest son, Lionel Epson, left the estate never to return. However, the daughter stayed, maintaining the residence and its staff until her marriage in 1951. At that point, Featherfall Keep ceased to be a family residence. It began operating as a historic house, museum, and tourist attraction, and the estate was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1972. It is still believed by many that Featherfall was built by the first king of Orinda Ares, when Reddington was still the capital. However, surface documents containing conflicting dates have recently cast some doubt on the long-standing myth. Trinsdale Lake. Close your eyes and imagine tranquil, serene stillness, with rolling fogs, clear water, and gliding swans. In the midst of all that beauty sits Trinsdale Lake, one of Fen Ares' premier vacation destinations. Exclusive for its more privileged citizens, the lakeside resort and cabins have been frequented by royalty and the realm's gentry for generations. However, on the southern shores of the lake, tourists are free to enjoy the view and rub elbows with the rich and famous in the 100 Bells Tea Room, which is open to the general public for lunch on Mondays and Fridays. Mount Holly. At an elevation of 11,220 feet, Mount Holly is the tallest mountain in the Reddington Range and the highest peak in the entire realm. Beyond the physical challenge itself, climbing Mount Holly Trail is a beautiful experience and one that many hikers and explorers will want to do at least once. It's only a few hours from Reddington to get to the trailhead, and you won't need any local guides or special gear if you tackle the trail during the summer seasons. However, those willing to give this mountain a significant amount of planning and research will be greatly rewarded, whether or not they actually submit. On the opposite side of the peak, far from the trail, rests the estate of Mount Holly, nestled between the summit's northern slope and saddle. This 80-acre mountain residence is almost as old as Reddington itself. However, unlike Featherfall Keep, the property has been completely private since the closing of the Mount Holly Schoolhouse in '66. Still, hikers will be able to appreciate the house's unique architecture at a distance from one of the trail's many north-facing overlooks. For the sentimental tourists wishing to pick up a souvenir to remember their stay, one might try braving the Mainway Station Bazaar. But don't be too hasty. Without proper guidance, the Mainway Station can be a dangerous place. Located underground, this unique marketplace was once Reddington's central railway station, in a time when the realm's trains were still in service. Now, the turnstiles, footbridge, and platform have been appropriated and turned into a cavern of tents and torches. Whether you're bargain hunting, looking for adventure, or finding a memento to commemorate your visit, the Mainway Station Bazaar will be a worthy conclusion to your sightseeing adventure in Reddington. And then we have a map of the area. So, Angle Tower, Areas River, Burrows End, Reddington, Botanical Gardens. Okay. That didn't give us any information right now. And we can't sign out a book the day that we have a book in the library. We have to wait till the next time we drop the library to get that. My camera seems to be frozen. 1 second. Oh. Only when the game's in. Why? Oh well. Let's turn that down to 60, I guess. Will that fix it? No. If anything, that made it worse. Let me try relaunching the VTuber camera. See if I can figure out what's going on with that. Oops. It doesn't look like there's anything that should be causing that type of issue. I might need to upgrade my memory card again. Oh, not memory card, video card. Okay. Okay. Tracking. Okay. Seems fine. Is it good when I go back into the game, though? No. Chuggy again. Is there an update? Obviously, I won't be able to do it now. I just want to check for... Yeah, check the driver. Yeah, there's an update. Okay. I'll do that after the session. My VTuber model will be kind of sluggish today, unfortunately. Okay. We can't get that. What? would cost 3 gems that's doesn't have a top? Hmm. The major key would be nice. This gives us progress meta-wise, though. We can already go south. This will save our gems. I'll go here. Okay. So this is our first time coming into the study. So this is the easiest way to tell, hey, there's a saying by looking at every single room that spells something. And then this gives you the clue to the front door. It's like face and ace, which you'll look at the two portraits and say, it's like, oh, face, the queen card is the face, ace, obviously the ace. So that's F. And this lets you know that it's trying to spell something. We kind of already had that hinted at before in other rooms. But that's how it tells us, like, hey, there will be one in every single room itself. So in this case, it's... wheat and heat is what this one is. And to be fair, I know that because I know what the entire thing spells. So it's basically what, when you go into every single room, it'll say, if we count small gates, 8 dates cracks 8 safes. That's what we end up getting when we look at the portraits in every single room. And if you notice, there's a safe here. This is also a queen room. But if we notice here, there's another queen on D8. The date is December 8th. So, 1208. This is the most convoluted one of the safes, even though all the information is there. Simply because it expects you to know that this being on D is for December. As well as, it's like the queen being next to the safe kind of lets you know, it's like, hey, look at where the queen's located here. And because it's on row 8, it's like, okay, 8. But it's also technically, if this is 8 across, this is the 4th one, if we're going A, B, C, D, or 5th if we're going from H. So it's like, the first thoughts I would usually have here is, okay, well, 08 is one number, and then either 04 or 05, but it's neither of those. It's 12 because it's D for December. I don't know if it's possible, so little time left, but I need to remember to ask Anne if we can commission new artwork for all the rooms of the house. We need them produced in sets of 2, a pair for each room. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm thinking. I'm likely delusional to think this can be pulled off by Thursday. Somehow they did it. And this is him coming up with the different things like craft, raft, draft, smile, mile, vile, vile, sturdy, study, cold, old, and it's like face, ace, using that one. But yeah, it's like we did already get a hint of this from the commissary, where there's the two images that we had there had with and without. That kind of told you about that for the photos. But this explained that, hey, it spells a message all the way through. I think that's all that's in here. Oh, wait. Let's actually read the message. So this is letter 2. December 8th. M, I think it was. Be prepared for our plans to be set in motion in a month or 2. It's all lining up, and all for our hard work is about to come to fruition. I have just learned that several members of the museum's guards are sympathetic to our cause. We suspect 2 more to be pure opportunists whose loyalty extends only to their coin purse. Your uncle has already agreed to let us use Mount Holly's flexible floor plan for a trial run. Assuming the red print we have secured of the museum's closed exhibit is in fact accurate and up to date. We should begin these trials without delay once you arrive. If you can, within the next 2 months, fabricate some fiction that might alleviate us of the presence of the servant staff. Until we meet on the shores of White Sand, Caleb. And we actually get a new blueprint here. It's another red room, which will always have security doors locked in it. So right now, because we have it unlocked, that's not that big of a deal. But now that this is in our drafting pool, it becomes a problem if we draft that and we don't have either a keycard or the keycard system turned off, because it could very easily end our run. Okay. We still have 24 steps. 3, 4. It's 5 steps to the dining room, so let's continue. Use the key. Okay, this would use all of our gems. Importantly, a gem will be sent here because we have the patio. But it won't actually be sent here, it'll be sent to the conference room. So I don't mind doing that. We have no reason to go in there just yet. I shouldn't have entered here. Because we can't do anything. Because we don't have a shovel. But I'll open that while we're here. But yeah, my reason for not wanting to do anything is because I want to get a gem back first. So I'd rather enter the south of here through the conference room to get that gem. So we just wasted a couple steps. I was promised a gem game. Oh, wait, no, it's bread. That's right. It only goes to the current ones. Oh, well. Well, no matter what, it's a dead end. Because we can't get the archive plan. So let's get the closet. See if we get a gem back. We do. Okay. Still nothing here. I will go down to the dining room to eat a meal before going back up. We don't have the aquarium, do we? No, because I chose the gymnasium instead. Oh well. I think it would take too many steps to come back to make it worthwhile if we do end up getting the aquarium. Yeah. Go through security. Okay, kitchen will continue, but use a gem. Archive could be the archive plan could be anything, except a kitchen or a lavatory, which means it could be a dead end. It could also be multiple paths, though. Do have a fair number of. This is only. Well, no, we do have the cloister. We have 3 doors there. So, this being a dead end isn't the worst. I really want to spend my gem. Oh, wait, no, those line up. Take the archive plan. Just don't be the furnace. Okay, it's not. Hey, 10 steps. Which is probably the most we would get from the kitchen anyways, because we only have 10 coins. Oh, wait, no, apples are... Well, no, they wouldn't have apples. They'd have bananas. I already read that. Okay, but it is a dead end. So let's go up to the cloister. Actually... Okay. Because the courtyard will have a gem, because that was spread there from the patio. Same with the veranda. I'm actually gonna... How many steps here? 41. If we're going from here, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is off. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 8, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. That'll only leave us 3 steps. So I won't go back as much as I would love that extra gem. I'll grab the one from the courtyard. I'll grab that one. But I won't go and do everything in the archive because that's too many steps. If I was smart, I would have done that before leaving the... Okay, I stepped in. Okay, it was there. I was gonna say, I don't actually see the gem in there, but there should be one. Yeah, if I was smart when I came here to eat the food, I would have gone that. Originally, it didn't cross my mind. Okay, and then we want to go through the patio. Up 1 and to the left. Okay. Well, planetarium ends it. This could be the aquarium. This would allow us to go down, but we wouldn't be able to see what it is. Unless we went all the way to the utility closet. It would get us access to the antechamber if we're able to open the bottom door, though. Because we've already blocked off the right. Okay, how many steps? So 31 would be 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 12. Okay. I'm going to go with the dark room. Trip it. Then go down to the utility box. Yeah. That door's still closed. You can't actually do anything with that. But we are running low on steps. Yeah. Again, hindsight now, had I waited for that, we'd have to come back this way anyways. But I would not have known that at the time. Okay. Flip that. All that for a single coin. I don't... Green memos found in Hartley rooms are always false. Green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. But I don't know if that would count as red. Ooh, key. But yeah, now that we have the magnifying glass, this is how you'd see the code for the gate outside. Like I said, I kind of sequence broke that to get that right away because 20 extra steps a day, it's like our day would have ended before we got here with the magnifying glass. So in order to see this, you need to draft the dark room, draft the utility box to turn the lights back on the draft room, and get the magnifying glass. Or because I know the code, I'm just gonna enter the code. But I believe that's all pictures that matter in here. It was just those. Well, technically that one. Don't think any of the other ones matter. Oh, and technically, hose and house matters for that situation, but because it changes every single time you draft this room, you'd get that any time you draft a room in this spot. It wouldn't have to be this location. Use a key. Okay. Oh, bunk room would end overrun. Archive plan could potentially end overrun. Kitchen continues it, so we'll take the kitchen. We are low on steps anyways. Money. Okay, we already got that. How many? Ooh, that is a juicy tomato soup. 20 steps. Because of our coupon books, we have enough to get the club sandwich, too. Which I will. Okay, I don't need the banana. It's arguably smarter to keep the one coin in case, like, we get a commissary or something later, and we might need it at some point. I think we're full enough now that we don't necessarily have to worry about that. I just want to see if I can get the banana, because with the coupon book, it technically costs 1. But I don't know if we need the 2 first. We don't. Okay, that's good to know. We didn't need to buy that last one. I think we were set with just the other 2. But I wanted to see if we could. Mailroom would end our day. It would help us on the next round, though. As well as something else. 7 quarters would be a lot of keys. There would be 1, 2, 3, 4 keys for us, but we already have 2, which wouldn't really matter if we end here to begin with, because the only 2 doors are through the archive. So we'd already have the keys for that. This could potentially let us continue. I will say, I do think taking the mailroom... Okay. So... this will end overrun. I'm going to take the mailroom anyways. And my reason why is because we have the utility closet. So this will help us for tomorrow. I will still draft through the archived room just to see if we can get something. Oh, thanks, game. Keycard at the very end. Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Ravane to sender, as he no longer is employed with our staff. Importantly, this is written by hand, so this is true. Did they ever prove he was the one that stole the Baron's mail? So, Denny Ravane was the gardener before the current one. That's all we know at this point. Seemingly he was fired, and based on this, it is assumed that it was because... it is implied that it is because he stole mail from the Baron. Hey, it's from my dad. Hey, buddy. How's it going up there in that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. I imagine you happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate with the exploration and opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. As I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. I want to try to post this letter before we depart tomorrow, so that it has a chance to arrive during your first few days on the estate. But with all the preparations, I'm not sure that I'm going to find the time. It's okay, it took me a week to get here, Dad. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier for me to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. This isn't a recording, Dad, you don't have to write that. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you, and I know from our conversations just how much happiness this final project brought him. So to do both of us a favor, be excited. The house really is amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliches, expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator. Dad. P.S. Get some sleep each night and don't spend all your time each day playing Digiblocks. It's fine, it's broken. Okay, so this is the reason I wanted to come in here. More detailed instructions will be sent by electronic mail to the address client has provided. This tells us that, like, how we can change the colors. There's any button above, so when everything is green, any one that you press will become blue. And then when you press a blue indicator next to a red one, it'll become purple. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. So that's actually not... I don't think that's the answer, but this does give us... clue? Okay. So blue next to red become purple. Let's see if I can solve that now. Straight. And yep. This way. Okay. Then that becomes purple. Okay, I don't remember what the code is. So we do need something further than the mail room in order to find out what the actual code is. I don't remember it off by heart. We haven't seen it in the game. I know I could look it up. I'm not going to. Because it's not super important for us to get this at this time. But we do now know that we can make a color white. And obviously that's going to be important for something. But I could fiddle with that to get the solution. I'm not going to. So that being said, a run is likely over. Let's draft south of the archive. Maybe we can get the thing to enter the... Because we have access to the antechamber from the south. We just need to find the room that can open that door. I don't think we can get it now, though. My reason why is I'm pretty sure the room that opens the southern door is the greenhouse, which we need to draft on the side of the building to get. Plus, we would need the broken lever for that one. This way. Still, we might get other secrets in here. It's a bit late for a laboratory. And it would end a run. Let's go gambling. Dang it. Actually, no, it gave us the door forward. We got the broken lever. So if we can somehow, in the middle of the house, draft the greenhouse there, we can enter the antechamber. There is technically one other thing we could do. Which could potentially be drafted there. Okay. We got the room. We didn't get it. Okay. But we did get another of the music sheets here. Which we can see the word message is important, and it's the 8th page of 8, so it's like message is the end of that. But this is the first time in this room. There's nothing else really on the ground, but importantly, we can go here. Yeah, we didn't get the thing that we needed. We were missing one piece. Okay, nothing there. Nothing there. We could make that. That seems to be it. Okay. It does allow us to get the burning glass. Okay. So, can light candles and ignite fuses. Are there any candles in the house right now? Some in the chapel that we know about. Don't think there's any other rooms that I've seen candles in. Okay. Oh, can we we get there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're too short. Because we got the weight room. Well, maybe if we run fast enough. Be through here. Also, just seeing if maybe there's candles in other rooms that I don't know about. Well, we had a shovel. So many dig spots. Whoa. No. Nope. Doesn't count. We actually just one step short. I even miscounted. Run! Run! No! That's fine. Go ahead and mana. We were close. Not quite there. What makes it even worse, had I actually gone into the courtyard the first time I grabbed the food from the dining hall, we would have had enough steps. That's what makes that even more upsetting. Oh, I thought we didn't. Hold on. Oh, it's delivered here the day after drafting this room. Okay, that's why. I forgot that that's the base form of the mail room. I think parlor is fine. I will draft the sides as well before going through, though. Hallway's fine. Get to the corner. We can already enter the door up the top there. We don't have the gem because we didn't actually enter the parlor. Let's grab the storeroom here. Okay. We'll go through here. Puzzle this time. The gems are in a box that is actually blue. No note. The gem's on a box with the wood blue on it. I don't remember. So the question, this is something I don't remember. If there's no statement, oh, I thought I accidentally opened it because the key disappeared there. I don't remember if there's no statement if it counts it as it always being true or always false. Because if this counts as always true, then it is impossible for both of these to be true. Which means in this case, this says that the gems are in a box with the word blue on it. This would have to be false, meaning the gems would be in here. Well, actually, okay. I'm pretty sure this has to be false. And my reason why is because we're unsure. If this was true, one of these two would have to be true. Oh, sorry, would have to be false, but not both of them has to be. So the problem is, like, if this is false, because this is true, and this ends up being false, this says, like, the gems are in a box that is actually blue. It means it's not in a box that is blue. It would be too obscure because it could technically be in either of these. But from this, the gems on a box with the word blue on it would have to be true at that point, meaning it would be in black. If this is false, the gems on a box with the word blue on it would mean that it would have to be in this, because it's the only one that doesn't have the word blue on it. But if this is false, it means that at least one of these has to be true. So if this is true, the gems are in a box with the word blue on it would mean that it would be either in blue or black. And then this one being true, the gems in a box that is actually blue would point it back here. But this could also be false, which means it's here. True. This is false. This is true. This is false. And this is true. That order can't... So if this is false, this can't be true. Oh, sorry, this can't be false as well. Because if this is false and this is false, it would mean the gems are in a box with the word blue on it would point here. But this would have to be true, which points here. So that situation doesn't match. If this is true, and this is true, the gems in a box with the word blue on it would be true. This would be false. The gems in a box that is actually blue, which would mean it would be in here, because this still points it as being one with blue. If this is false, and this is true, this could also be true, which would point it here. This is false, and this is false, and this would be true. Okay, this is true. This is true. Gems are in here. If this is true and this is false, blue on it. This could be false. Points here. It's in a box with the word blue on it. True. True. This would have to be false, which means it's here. True. False. would point here. This would have to be... Oh, no, this could be true or false. But this could be false, which points here. False. False would point here. But also not possible because this point here. False. True. This could be true or false. It's unknown because it could technically... Well, no, this could... If this is true, it points here. If it is false, it points here. So it won't be that way. There's false. True. True. Point here. True. True. And black. True. False. There's a false. The point here. True. Okay. This is true. True. Have to be false. Points here. True. False. Good point here. True. True. So true. True. Points here. True. False. Points here. True. True. Point here, but that would make this true, so it can't be that way. True. False. Would have to point here. Actually, no. True, false. Could be either true or false, which tends to either of those. False. False. Would lead to this being true, which is not possible. So false, true. If this is true, it's in blue. If this is false, it's over here. This one's a lot harder than all the other ones. Mainly because I don't know whether this is true or false. Okay, I'm expecting we're going to lose here. Which means we won't get the gems, unfortunately. It's like true. True. This being false, it's in black. True. False. I mean, this would have to be false there on white. So one white, one black. False. False is not possible. False. True. If this is true, it's in blue. If this is false, it's in black. So there's 2 chances it's in black, 1 in white, 1 in blue. So for that reason, I'm going to go with black. Okay. So. I got it right. It's technically a 50-50, because 2 chances here, 2 chances not here. But let's see if I can narrow down whether this is true or false. So they ended up being in black. So if this was true, and this is true, this would be false, which points here. So it could be that. If this is true, and this is false, would point here. So it's not that. If this was false, and this is true, this would be false, If this is false, it's here. If this is true, it's in blue. So this could still either be true or false. I don't know what it was. I just got lucky, but both an option for true pointed to you and an option for false pointed to you. Hopefully we don't run into that again for a while. Okay. Chapel would let us continue to the left. Commissary would only go up. No, it's not today we will have the shovel, it's tomorrow we will have the shovel. We also don't have the money for it anyways. Let's go with the chapel. I had the burning glass. There's so many candles here. Okay, I don't see anything in the pews. Okay. Strapped up. I'm gonna go with the pantry. I'm not gonna go in just yet, though. I'm gonna draft out this door as well. Okay, let's go with the den. We'll go through this way. Oh, the den also had candles. And we could have reached the den. I don't think these candles mattered, though. I think there's specific candles we have to go for. But we could have potentially lit these candles. Okay, what are you? I mean, we can get the mailroom. And this is a good spot for it. Okay. So we got a sleeping math? Sleeping mask. 2 gems and 2 keys. And it is November 5th. Okay. And yeah, that's the same as it was before. Just seeing if there's anything we missed. Don't see anything. Okay. So we have a lot of keys. Okay, let's go with the spare room. Nothing in here. The pool would allow us to go forward. We have a lot of gems as well. Okay, with this picture being here, I hope this is the garage. That is just way too fitting. Use a key. We'll go with the secret passage. I'm not gonna go in there just yet. Want to check the other directions first. Courtyard's good. I don't see any items in there. I'm just trying to see if there's a shovel or a sledgehammer in there, and I don't see any. Okay. Let's continue this way then. Go to green. Okay. Patio would only give us 1 gem right now. Veranda would allow us to go forward. Aquarium would allow us to go forward and to the right. And is free. So let's go with aquarium. Oh, right. Sleeping mask. I forgot about that. We also got the broken lever, which is nice. Let's go this way first, I guess. Okay. Either way, it goes down. Bedroom would be free and gives us 5 steps. Because it's a bedroom. The library would allow us to check out a new book. The nursery would cost us the gem, but we'd get 10 steps. And then every single time we draft a bedroom, we'll get 10 steps because of the night mask. But it would be a dead end. We can, importantly, already enter the place down below, though, through the courtyard. So I think I will do that. And we got our gem back. Okay. I'm gonna hold off on that for now. I know we have a fair number of keys. But we have another door here we can go to. And yeah, there was no shovel here. Or sledgehammer. Dad. Every direction is a dead end. Closet would give us 2 items. This would cost us 2 gems. Importantly, we do not have the safe code for this yet. I do now remember what it is. But we haven't seen the one element in order to properly solve it. I got it because the one streamer I'm watching is also playing this right now. They ended up getting the safe code on that. And then it Chuck and I was like, oh, right, that's how you solve that. But in this playthrough, I haven't seen the one element in order to solve that yet. It's not in the office. You can technically solve it without it, but it's like... I already tried solving it once without that extra step. I'm holding off right now for that reason. I think in that case... Jilly Closet might be nice. 2 items might be nice. 2 items could be a special key. But this would allow me to, early on, shut off the security card system if we went into that. So that we don't have to backtrack. So let's turn on the garage so we don't have to backtrack. I'm gonna go closet. Okay, well. Gem and coin purse is nice. Not something I was really after. Let's go through the pantry. Right? Yeah. Okay. Why couldn't I have gotten you yesterday? When we had harvest apples. Okay. Security would only give us one path. Pass rate gives the same thing. Cost an extra gem, but will allow us to go up. I don't think I want corridor here. Security would allow us to change the security system. I think I prefer the path at this point. Pretty good passageway, all things considered. Okay. Corridor here would be fine, because we're getting pretty late in the process. I will draft that. I'm not going in just yet. Want to draft this door as well. An extra key would be nice. A guest bedroom is 20 steps, though. Nook would allow us to keep going up. Kitchen would allow us to go up. That's a gem. We have plenty of paths. Because we still have the hallway down below where we could potentially go up on the right side. We have the corridor going up. We have the aquarium going up. I'm going to go with the guest bedroom. Because there's 20 steps of... but key, though. We have 63 steps. I'm going with the key. Ooh, coupon book. This is where we got it last time, too. It's not always here. Hey, we got a bedroom anyways. This is 20 steps as well, by the way. But I think we'll go with the boudoir. Get a third gem. And still get 10 steps. And I didn't... Yeah. I know I read that last time. I couldn't remember if I checked for a floor plan last time. Okay. This is the only way that allows us to keep going up. If we take either of these, it basically blocks off the hallway. And then we're kind of trapped with just a corridor and aquarium, hoping we continue up. So we'll go with security. While we're here... actually, before I do that... let's draft south. Okay. Dead end. Dead end, but also 10 steps. Cost a gem. This would allow us to get the money from the pool. But the issue is I'd have to drain the pool, then come back. It's like I'd have to go into the pump room, drain the pool, go to the pool, come back, put the water back in the pool. It's too far away to actually matter. We're gonna go with the bedroom here. Because I don't want to spend the gem. It is a dead end. It does allow us to go in here. This is dumb. But I'm doing it anyways. Key back? No, just a bunch of money. We can be rich when we run out of keys. Okay. But now that we have that, because we're going back north where the security stores... Whoops. Keycode settings. To low. Offline setting unlocked. There's nothing else we can do right now. Okay. Go north. Greenhouse Could potentially have a shovel. We'd choose one of our gems. This would give us 2 pass. This would also give us 2 pass, but we would have to draft blind. I'll go with the gem. Okay, well, we have 1 door, because that's a security door. Okay. Utility closet would allow us to go through that security door. And kitchen is also a dead end. So I will take the utility closet here. So we can turn off that security system. Turn on the garage. Turn off the gymnasium so we don't lose the 2 steps going back in. Okay. I will spend 2 extra steps going back here to adjust the security system again. Set it to high. Oops. Well, this is the only way that can let us continue. But we could potentially buy gems here as well. Oh, we do have the broken lever. I should have... For some reason, I thought it was the last one that we had the broken lever. We did get it in the last one as well, to be fair. But I forgot that we picked it up this time. I should have drafted the greenhouse instead of the gymnasium. Because we had the lever for the greenhouse now. Let's get the sledgehammer. Let's get the shovel. Oh. We could just buy it out, actually. Take it. Okay. We're broke. But we bought it at the commissary. Let's go with the billiard room. That should replenish our keys. Or we'll get a key card, which is kind of pointless right now, but... Which, of course, means we'll get the key card. 13. 10 times 2 is 20. 3 times 4 is 12. Divided by 2 is 6. 16 minus 6 is 10. Times 20 is 200. Divided by 10 is 20. You don't have to prove me right, game. You could have given me something else. I know my luck. Okay, dead end continues. Does use the last gem, unfortunately. But this would allow us to do an experiment. Experiment setup. Each time you find some trash while digging, lose 10 steps and gain 20 gold. Gain 1 key, gem, or die randomly. Permanently add 1 gold to your allowance. We do have a shovel. Hold on, let's go back. So there are dig spots in the courtyard. I think there was one in the aquarium too. So I think there's at least 2 in the courtyard. There might be 3, but that's 3 potential stuff we can get. I do think out of this side, we definitely want that. Because it's at least 3. We don't have the archive room yet to even possibly do this. And whenever you... We've already used 1 shop for this. And we're waiting on another shop in order to get that. We could potentially get the steps for gold. Honestly, with the drafter shop, that actually works very well together. But it's... Basically, it's... Do I want to be able to potentially get random gems while digging? Because you can't get gems while digging. You can get keys, you can get coins. Maybe you can get dye. I don't think you can get dye from digging. But you cannot get gems. So this would potentially allow us to get gems to continue this run. This would help all future runs. Because right now our allowance is only 2. So I'm going to go with this one. So every time we dig up trash, we permanently add 1 gold to your allowance. Research logs. Yeah. Successful triggers, 0. Well, actually, let's... Don't know if we have anything we can do. By signing in here. We can see if there's something unique. Okay. Can take 1. Okay, so the shovel. I do think you want to keep asking for the shovel. Yeah, it's 1 to 2 days. So we got lucky and it was only 1. We could sign into the security from here. There's not really a reason to, though. Because we've already made the changes. Right, that's the office. Transfer, not available. Okay. So nothing here. Still can't do that. Unless... So because we have no gems, I'm actually going to go back, draft the 2 paths out of the hallway, hopefully get the 3rd. In the hopes of getting gems before continuing that way, in case we need gems. This does also mean because I bought the sledgehammer, we wasted the key on that chest. It is this way. This way, and it's through the pantry? Yes. And then through the parlor. This would give us access to go up. So we'll go there. It'll also allow us to get the next book. That would be a dead end. We already have access. We can't get that. I will take the pump room, but we don't really have a reason to go in it. See any items? I can't. We'll go through here. Free key. Okay. Let's check out the history of Orinda. Or Ovindia, sorry. Not Orinda. Yeah. This would give us a gem. All these doors would be open. Well, openable, but it's a dead end right now. But this will give us a gem. So I'll go that way. Oops. Okay. So, we have one gem. I guess we'll go up in the corridor? No, because that could lead to the cloister. And we don't have the gems for the cloister. So let's go out from the aquarium, I guess. It's this way. And this way. It'll also let us use the dig spot. Got a coin. Arguably the worst outcome now. Let's use the key. We did get the garage. And I think we have the cookies right now, don't we? Would mean that this is potentially the end of the area, but I will take the garage. And yeah, it was the last one that we got the cookies. But it does allow us to get those. This is written by hand, so it's true. Christoph, this is the third time this month you and the Kerr have been gone when your services were required. I don't care how long you have been driving for his lordship. Your absence must be accounted for. Mrs. Babbage. Okay. But, because we had the utility box, and we turned on the garage... Boop. We can go outside. I don't think this way goes anywhere. Doesn't. But if you notice, the music shifted. Because we're making progress. now have an outside room. Root Cellar is great right now. Hovel would allow us to not worry about gems, though. But I'm going with this, because this means we're more likely, like, dig spots can now appear in any room instead of just green rooms. Plus, letting you know, there are going to be dig spots in here, so I'm going to take that. So that's not so much for this run, that's more so for future runs, because... Okay, well, salted turnip is a lot of steps. Key is nice, but we have plenty of those. I'm not gonna get any junk, am I? Thank you. Oh no, that's not junk. That was nothing. So those don't count. There we go. Your allowance has been raised. Okay. I was getting kind of mad there. It's like, the one time I want to get junk, you don't give it to me. But with that, we can now open this gate. Which means from every single run going forward, we can now enter that door and draft that outside room. So we now always have access to that room to determine how our run will go inside. Well, there's no reason for us to go back up to the left. So I think we'll go through the corridor then. Which we'll want to go up to the parlor, to the chapel, and then along that way. This might very easily be the end of the run, though. We do... Oh, actually, we do still need to go to the left. Because we'll want to dig in the courtyard. This way. So the dig spots can't appear in rooms that have already been placed. Almost went the wrong way. But we do want to dig these. Got a coin back. Well, we didn't get an allowance increase. This way. Sauna would allow us to keep going up. Sauna would give us an extra 20 steps tomorrow. I'm going to take the dark room. We could go to the utility closet and turn this back on in the hope of there being a dig spot here. But I'm not going to do that just yet. It's like, we still have a fair number of steps, but we are getting pretty low. And we might be able to hook around and go in through the laboratory. When in doubt, pick left. Should have picked right. This was the sinister option. It's not even going to be a dig spot here, is there? Nope. Well, guess we're going to the lab anyways. So we'll flip the utility closet on the way. We probably won't. Well, we might if we end up running out of steps. Not steps. Paths forward, like we draft a dead end. We'll go back to check the dark room, but depending on how things go, we might not head back. Send that back on. Okay. It's through here. Yeah. That's what I was afraid of. And we can't take the walk-in closet either. So run's done. But we'll take the guest bedroom. Not even a dig spot, eh? Okay. So yeah, that's going to be it. I will walk us back to the... because we do have the steps. I'll walk back to the dark room. Maybe there's a dig spot in there. Probably not. Keep listening to this jazz music for a little bit longer. This way. And this way. Any dig spots? I'm pissed. Had we come back first, we would have had that gem. We could have taken the option that allowed us to keep going up. The one time I don't double back for a gem, because I was like, the chance of there being a gem in there is very slim. There would be so many steps to go back. Should have done it. Should have done it. But that's the entire state blocked off. But we did make, at the very minimum, we made progress going forward. We now have access through the garage. Well, it's like we've now done the thing for the garage in order to open the outside. So we'll have the outer room every single day now. Yeah, we're gonna call that a day. But I'm gonna take my stretch break now before we do. Just so that you can keep listening to this jazz music while I'm doing so. Refill my water and tea. And I'll be back in a couple moments. So I will see you soon. I'm back. Let us no, let's call it a day. So we'll finish this one. But we've made progress. We have the other room now. Stately Inn of the Dead Manor? 11 dead-end rooms. If you wanted proof of my luck with dead-end rooms. I didn't even have the furnace, by the way. Which increases the chance of... Oh, no. The furnace doesn't increase the chance of dead-end rooms. The furnace increases the chance of red rooms. Just... I don't remember what it is. There is a room that increases the chance of dead-end rooms. I don't remember which one it is, though. I was gonna say, where's our allowance? Okay. Now, instead of getting 2 each day, we got 4. Because we only found 2 trash. The one time we wanted the trash, we didn't get much. Okay. But let's continue. Okay. This would allow us to ignore gems at the cost of feet. This is pretty good as well. Okay. So, information. The chest that we are after to get all the different doors and all that. There is one in... sorry, not doors. Letters. There is one in the shelter. To gain access to that, though, we need to set it to a specific time for the date that it is. I don't fully remember the date that it currently is. It's like the time of the day is fine because we can actually just look at the... Like, I'll show you when we go back to the front. But we can see what time, set it up for like an hour from that time. And we can literally just stand around and wait for that time to come up and then run back. But I don't remember what day it is. You can very easily track it based off of knowing the first day and stuff like that. But we haven't found a way to know what that is at this time. So for that, like, we did go into the library a couple times, and if I remember to look at it, we'd be able to check there. But I completely forgot what the date was because I didn't know if we would have this so quickly. So I wasn't actively keeping track in my mind of what it is. So for that reason, I'm going to take the hop. But I would argue that taking the shelter is the better choice there. It's not for me. Because I don't know the information at that point. Was there a reason to go in here, actually? Yeah. Just to Dear Mr. Ravane. So this, again, this is the previous gardener. Your half-hearted dedication and maintenance of the grounds has been greatly appreciated. However, I regret to inform you that your services the groundskeeper of Mount Holly will no longer be required, effective immediately. This decision has been made after careful consideration and is based upon repeated observation and documented instances of neglect in performance of your duties. The state of the green rooms, in particular, has deteriorated significantly over the last few months, which affects poorly on the rest of the staff. You are required to vacate the hovel by the 20th of March, ensuring all tools and equipment belonging to the state are returned to the tool shed in good condition. Your final wages will be settled promptly upon completion of these instructions. We thank you for your time and service and wish you the best in your future endeavors. Anne Babbage, House Manager. This is why we want to go in here. This is the second one of these fires we need to turn on. That is correct. But now that is on, the next time we bring the next time we make the hovel out here, we won't have to actually go inside and waste the 2 steps entering and exiting it. But yeah, it's like what I was saying. It's like to see the time of day, we can look at that clock there. So it's like right now it is like 8:45. And if you look very closely, you see it's like very slowly moving up. Faster than real time, obviously, but like it is actively tracking the time. So that's how you know the time of the day. To know the day of the week, you just track, say, okay, well, today's day 8, or it's like we last went into the library on, like, we went on day 7. So we could, well, we can't now because we didn't draw the, whatchamacallit, time and then come back out. And then literally, just like I said, wait here until the time matches and then go back. Like I said, I didn't remember what day it was, so it didn't make sense for me to get that at this point. I'll draft the gem, but I mean, I'll draft the den for the gem. But I meant to say I'll draft the den. I will take the storeroom here. Actually, gems aren't actually that important right now, because we have the hovel. Which means you don't really need the parlor. We'll go with the hallway. We'll go this way first, though. Nook is a dead end. Pantry continues. We'll take the pantry. It's gonna be apples every single day now that we don't have harvest apples. Okay, parlor just goes down. Closet would be a dead end and basically block off this entire side. So let's go with West Wing Hall. Okay. We have 2 keys. If we have to head back, I think I'd prefer the bedroom here. Because it allows us to go to the den, saving that 1 step. Because eventually we will want to go back along that side. Ooh. You can mask as well. Do I? Okay. I will do that again because of... Yeah. Get the steps from the sleeping mask. Drawing room would allow us to continue. And get us another useless gem. Go this way first. Spare room would continue. Security is a dead end, so let's go with spare room. Okay, chapel just goes up. So Nook makes the most sense. We're gonna get the coupon case again. Ah, no coupon this time. We got a key. This will be 10 steps. Two items might be nice. This would allow us to continue. We're fine for keys for right now. I mean, it could be the shovel or the sledgehammer or any other item as well. But the thing is, gems don't matter right now. Keys were kind of okay for keys. And we can probably get to above the spare room through the drawing room because we can just redraw the room. We kind of already have access to that. I'll go closet. Running shoes is nice. And a key. Okay. Running shoes does alleviate some of the issue that we are spending steps to draft rooms. I don't really want to block this off. I don't really want to use the corridor right now. Let's redraw. Okay. Chapel will give us two options. Let's go with that. Nothing in here. Okay, boudoir is a dead end. Again, we don't really need the gems right now. Dark room, we can probably gain access there through about the chapel. I'm going to take the bunk room here for the 10 steps. Because again, steps are kind of precious this one. Two gems. The game's taunting me because last one we didn't have any gems. It's like, oh, you want gems? Here you go. We can use a key. Billiard room could potentially give us a couple keys. Commissary. Will cost 3 steps. I'll go billiard. Because it could be a special key, not regular keys. Hey, it's free to enter. Okay. Damn it. 3. 20 divided by 5 is 4. 13. 18 divided by 9 is 3. I'm an idiot. 18 divided by 9 is 2. 4. I was thinking 6 for some reason. Okay, 19 minus 11 is 8. Times 3 is 24. Divided by 12 is 2. Two keys is nice. Okay. This would be a dead end, which is the main issue with it. But it would give us 3 keys. And then it pays for itself because we gain 5 steps from the Night Mask. The conference room would allow us to keep going up. The passageway is expensive on steps, but it will give us 2 doors that we can go. We'll go passageway. I want the 2 paths. I was tempted by the conference room because if we draw something that spreads, it'll all go there. Okay, no matter what, this is a dead end. Let's get 4 items. Damn it. I mean, the key's nice, but 2 gems. I mean, the lockpick kit is nice because it means our 5 keys could potentially last longer. Hey, it worked. Okay, archive would allow us to keep going forward. This would allow us to advance the stars. This will also allow us to go to the right. The archived plans will be annoying. But let's go with that anyways. I think there's anything in here. No. Let's go north. Boiler room. Okay. I'm glad this isn't archived. I've been looking for this for a while. Okay, first we'll have to solve this puzzle. Okay. Want to switch that. Put that. Turn that on. And okay, I went too far. Oh no, right, it's that way. That allows us to turn that on. Then we need to extend that bridge again. We'll want that. That one. Okay. It was that way. Then that. I think. Now we want to switch this. For now, yes. That means the elevator works. Means we can flip this. We can flip this to open the door. Okay. Now we go back down. Now we flip this. Okay. So with that, the path is now always open. So we can always walk across this way. Put that on. And then currently we want to go left or right. We can also point at the archive, importantly. Which is straight. But we'll start by going this way. Okay, so if you remember, the lab had that one puzzle involving the thing next to the boiler. Next to the periodic table, that specifically said it needed power from the boiler room. This is the first time drafting the boiler room. Took 8 days in. You can get this from the start, by the way. Okay, but now we need to get power to the boiler room. To the laboratory from the boiler room. We didn't get one here, unfortunately. I will drop the courtyard so we can continue going up if we choose. But I'm not going to go in just yet. Especially because there doesn't seem to be a shovel or a sledgehammer in there. But let's... Oh. Thought I had turned that on. I hadn't. Oh, right. One of these hasn't been turned, I guess. Turn this. What does that do? Okay, that turns that off. That turns it back on. This is off, isn't it? No, that one's on. This one that's off? No, it's on. That is going through there. Ah, that's right. Now let's turn that. That one's on. No, this has to be that way. I have to go here. I'm missing something. I'm missing something. Not... Come from there. This? Allows it to go that direction. Okay, so it's coming from here. Goes along here. Goes in there. That's turned off. I think I'm missing a switch. That does allow it to go up there. Need it to go this way? Ah! Issue is, if I flip that, it's no longer active, right? No, it's not. Do this. Would need that to go that way. And this should have two lit right now. It's the left and the middle. This only has one lit. Okay. So we don't need to go along that path then. We need to go this way. Goes up to the boiler that way. That it? It is. Okay. Now there's power. So I kind of drew that too soon. But it's fine. We didn't get the lab heading that way to begin with. Yeah. We can now flip that so we can actually go through that door again when we want to. But let's draft the other side of boiler room first. Okay. So now you see this power. If you notice, but it might just be because it's archived. But some of the rooms, so there's, now we have that blue bar at the bottom. That's showing, hey, there's power here. If we are to draft the weight room or security, power will be sent to that location. I think it would also point to the archive if it could be sent to that location as well. In order for power to continue, it has to go into a room that can hold power. So security can pass it along, the weight room can pass it along. I don't believe the archive can. In this case, let's go with security. Because I don't really want to lose half my steps. I do know if we put the weight room, red rooms and hallways, I believe can always pass power through it. So right now, power is going into the archive, and into the passage. I don't know if that's true with security. Security might end the power here. But at the bare minimum, there's something involving power in security. I believe this means it will pass it through. And this will take us a lot fewer steps from us. Okay, yeah, it does pass through. Because as you can see here, any room that has these ducts will be able to pass power along. So in this case, it'll pass on into those two rooms. We haven't drawn the... whatchamacallit? The breaker box yet. So we can't turn off security. So for that reason, we'll set it down to low. We'll still set this to unlocked in case we do get there. Okay. Okay, so that's all we have right now. We can't go through that door because we don't have a key card at the moment. But we can go here. Hey, freaky. Okay, so the archive will... So this archive room requires power for something. The planetarium and the kitchen do not. Planetarium's a dead end. The kitchen... Oh, I just realized, the day that I ended in the dark room, if I had just gone one door north, we would have been able in the planetarium to have gained 2 stars. Oh well. So we could buy food with the kitchen to help offset the steps, but I want to get this in case it's the lab, so we can solve that problem. It's not just the dark room. But importantly, dark room does pass on power. Even though it's turned off. So we could go through this room. Okay, couldn't pick the lock. Okay. The lab costs gems. If I'm remembering right. So this might be... Yeah. Okay, so we can finally solve this problem. So, this machine requires additional power piped in from the boiler room. It's being piped in. We can now activate this. To solve this is actually from the periodic table. There's an arrow there pointing to it. And then what it is, you just spell based off of the location from the periodic table of these different elements. I believe there's completed ones somewhere in here. If not, the idea is that you would look up the... you would just look up a periodic table in real life. But basically, spells like flip 3 before 9. Because we're trying to get to the point where it's those 3 arrows are. Is it 9 before 3? 9. 3. Okay. I knew it was those 2. I couldn't remember what order it was. That does this. That opens the door in a click. So the Black Bridge Grotto has been powered and permanently unlocked. Each day you may access one offline terminal from the network. So what this means now is if we draw security, we can still access the lab without having drafted the lab. Because we know the password. And it's the same with the reverse. So in this case, because we have security and lab, actually, I was going to do the office, but I'm going to hold off for now. And my reason why is because if we can figure out what the date is today by drafting a library, we can actually go in and try and... Oh, no, because we can't open the safe. Never mind. So, yeah, I will access the office today. Because even if we could check the date and set it for the shelter, we can't enter the shelter today. But let's see what experiment we can set up. Okay, whenever you draft a shop, the next 3 times you open a locked trunk, whenever you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room. Well, we can't do the last one, because you don't spend gems. I haven't seen any trunks, and I don't really want to do that. We do have permanently add to your allowance again. I will get the shop option for that. I don't expect we'll get too many. I definitely don't want this right now. that would just end a run immediately. So we'll go with that. Okay. Research logs. Yeah, successfully triggered twice on day 7. Okay, but... Okay. So now, even though we don't have the office, we can do the active terminals. Exit. And just because we're here, I want to see how many... We do have to do it again, unfortunately. Terminal access. Go through security. Okay. So there's 13 coins throughout the estate right now. We still have everything else. Okay, so that's all we need. But this is now a dead end. We could potentially get those rooms through the courtyard. But I'm gonna go through the archive first, because there are other rooms that can use power. This is the most important one, but there are other rooms that can use power. So I'll draft. Through the archive, but first, if you notice, the pipes in here aren't lit. In order to have the power go through the archive, we have to switch to the path here. So now everything along that path isn't active. It's only the path this way. But we've already solved the issue with that thing. The Black Grotto's already open, so we don't have to worry about that. But now there's power going through here. And yeah, let's go this door first. Okay. Furnace. This is the dead end. Locksmith would give us an allowance upgrade. This is 6 steps, so this costs 2 gems. Don't remember what that is. We are kind of low on steps. I'll go locksmith. We'll get the allowance token. And I will see. They have a special key for sale. They do. 1 coin short. Can I see? Okay, no, it's not made yet. I can't see what it is. So we want to find a key. Oh! Only I had done that before. Okay, let's make the special key. Silver key. Okay. I was hoping for the secret garden key. But that's fine. Okay, laundry room does use power. And we do have that special one open, but I don't remember what it requires. This would allow us to change useless gems into keys or coins, though. And it give us the allowance token. Okay. What do you do? The service costs 5 and will exchange all of your steps with all of your gems. Service costs 5 and will exchange all of your remaining stars with your allowance permanently. So allowance right now is 6. Our stars is 7. That would give us another allowance. All of your dies with all of your keys. I don't want that one. The allowance one is probably not worth it because it's only 1 different at this point. All of your gems with your coins would make sense. That would give us 7. But we first need to get 5 coins. That would also be worth it, though, if we needed keys at some points. That one likely isn't. Okay, so nothing here just yet. Okay. Getting dangerously low on steps. Don't need to worry about moving the power around anymore because we're blocked off. Until we get a key code anyways to go through the dark room. 3 coins is nice. Okay. This pays for itself. This could potentially keep going up, though. And I don't remember if I had the mask this one. If I did, this is definitely worth it. I do have the mask. Because this costs us 3, but would give us 10, so they'll give us 7 extra steps. It would block off the entire left side. This might just be a dead end as well, though. This can't be the weight room because we're on the edge. The weight room needs too many doors. Right? Weight room has 4 doors, right? It's like the archive. It could be the gym, but we can just not enter the gym, if that's the case. Okay. If this is the dead end, we can only have 17 steps. We want to go through that room to continue on, or like get any items that are in there. We'll say 16 steps when we enter. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. We'll have 4 steps left when we get to the hallway. Or we can draft the nursery. Go down to 14. 13 to enter. Oh, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19. 18 when we enter. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That'll be 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11 to continue on the right side. But it guarantees that it's a dead end. This could be a dining room, which would immediately gain access because it's on row 8 to give us more steps. Could be the commissary, which would give us an allowance token. Oh, no, it's not the commissary because this doesn't require steps. It won't be... It could be a corridor, which allows to the other side for free. It won't be the West Wing Hall. It won't be the hallway, because we already have those. It could be a different bedroom. It could be like the boudoir. I think this is the right choice, but I'm going to pick this. Okay. Honestly, it's better. It didn't cost us steps. We gained 15 instead of the 10. But it does mean that it is still a dead end. And future bedrooms won't give us additional steps. But besides the boudoir, most of the bedrooms that we would have at this point are dead ends. So we don't necessarily want to draw too many bedrooms anyways. And if we are, we wouldn't need the extra steps. In addition, because like we'll still be getting 5 for the night mask, regardless. We're just losing the 5. Right? Yeah. Okay. Go this way. I know we can't. But yeah. We want this pointing to the lab. That way? Pointing to security is fine. Yeah. I know we need a key code still, but have that set up for when we come back. I want to go through the archives. Yeah. Then keep going straight. 3-step is nice. Not walk-in closet. It's the billiard room. Straight. And straight, and then go through the bedroom to save that extra step. Okay. Ooh. I should have been checking for money along the way, but that's fine. Okay, so this is the boudoir. This could be the observatory. I don't want to do that. It would give us 2 avenues, though. So this could be the kitchen. Could be the observatory. It could be... No, we've already done the drawing room. I think those are the main 2 things it could be. Kitchen would give us steps back. Boudoir gives us steps. Because of the night mask. This would give us 2 options. But costs us 12 steps. The one, if this is the kitchen or the... well, like I said, it could be the dining room. The dining room would be the best case scenario because then we could likely still go up. Unless it ends up being sideways. Because we can't really tell from that. But if this is the kitchen, it could either go to the left, to a dead end, or to the right. Which you might already have access to the hallway. The boudoir goes to the right. So if both of these go to the right, we kind of already have access there via the hallway. In which case, then we wouldn't need that many steps. The kitchen would be nice because of the allowance token, though. The commissary would be nice for the same reason. This gives us 2 doors to continue. 12 steps hurts. That's too much. And we don't really need the major key at this point. So let's go with that. Okay, so it's the parlor. Don't have to enter there. There. I don't see anything on there. There is a coin purse, though. Okay. We'll get this. We can solve the puzzle. The blue box contains the gems. That is true. It's no blue box. This box is the black box. Okay, so that's false. This box is the white box. That is false. So because these are both false, this has to be true. The blue box has to have the gems. Okay. Corridor allows us to keep going straight. Library would let us see the date. I'm going to library. Okay. So, we signed this. So, today is the 14th. So today is 11/14. So day 8 is the 14th. No, yesterday would have been the 14th. So that means day 1 was the 5th. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, day 1 was the 6th. Either way, we have a new book. Okay, forward. The name used to designate the realm of the Eastern Waters is no longer known to the average citizen of the elder generation. We must permit our leaders to enjoin us to abandon our past. Most historians mark the beginning of the first era, often known as a Jera, by the ascension of the first king, who's blocked out, whose name Oris would later grace the burgeoning township in which he was crowned. Oris was known before his coronation as a prominent merchant lord of considerable means and affluence, whose sway in the region made him the ideal candidate for the unification of the surrounding province. Regrettably, history is not always forthcoming, and the surviving records of those bygone days are mostly limited to trade agreements and sales reports. Nevertheless, we can deduce from these ledgers that Oris has but one aim: expansion. The territory spread forth from the heart of Oris, and by the end of the 1st century, a new kingdom was born. It was the 4th king who split the vast domain in 3 equal shares, 3 realms for his 3 children. To the eldest, he granted the fields and mountains of his great-grandfather, the middle province and heartspring of the kingdom. The eldest accepted the gift, and it's blocked out. To the youngest, he bestowed upon him the realm of Arch Ares, the land of the northern storms, a wild and untamed expanse, which at the time was not as developed, but a good deal more vast than the elder brother's lot. And to his middle child, his only daughter, he gifted her the southern region of Eurasia, a land steeped in tradition. As the second era drew to a close, the 3 sovereign realms had achieved a period of remarkable progress and prosperity. Each of these distinct regions, ruled by their respective siblings, monarchs had blossomed, cultivating the bountiful resources of their land, developing a unique character and culture that set them apart from one another. Despite those differences, the siblings monarchs managed to maintain friendly relations throughout their lives and were known for their cooperation in matters of trade and transportation. The succeeding generations of their heirs continued this tradition, and the 3rd era was defined by commerce between the 3 realms, further strengthening the bonds and laying the foundation of the promise of a prosperous and bright future. 4th era. As well, let's read the letter first. From for Baron Sinclair. Thank you so much for your cooperation with our department and this investigation. We know our presence is never convenient, especially for someone of your social status, so it means all the more that you are not only tolerant, but also willing to aid our efforts in getting this business done as quickly as possible. We are returning with this letter the book you lent us, though I must confess it was not as much help as I had hoped. I had heard that your library of rare and restricted books was quite extensive. I was told by a reliable source that if a first edition and uncensored copy of the History of Arinda could be found, it would likely be within the Baron's own collection. but perhaps I was misinformed. Still, part of me thinks that you may have given me the censored copy as a jest, a taste, if you will, for the bureaucrat of their own medicine. If that is the case, then I say, well done, fair play. And perhaps on my next visit, we'll have a laugh about this after you have given me the actual manuscript. Until then, Detective Bon Murgle, Fredger. So, obviously this is censored. If we want to find the uncensored version, we have to draft this version in the library a second time. Okay. I was gonna say, how do I read that? Flip. As the kingdom entered the fourth era, a different kind of ruler took the reins of power. King Desolate III was a king who often was seen drinking, a sight that shocked not only the gentry and the court, but the masses as well. Desolate was known as the king of no one when he made the decision to move. Moving castle and court behind, the people were overjoyed by this choice and were those that viewed the king's conduct to be unbecoming of his common folk. These voices planted the seed which took root in grand city of Fen. The era of ruin. After the passing of King Desolate III, the fourth era came to an abrupt end. Thankfully, the king died. Okay. On the very next day, the 6th of October, the Prince Leosin of Fen declared himself the true monarch. This declaration was bolstered by a number of supporters due to the fact that Desolate IV shared little of his virtues. As the prospect of civil war seemed inevitable, the realm's regiments were hastily recalled from the frontiers to stamp out and put an end to the Fensurrection. However, instead of restoring order, what ensued was a savage and merciless campaign against their own people. The gardens of Fen, once a center of splendor, were transformed into a battlefield as the cries of the innocent echoed through the city's streets stained in red. The brutality of the pacification of Fen did not go unnoticed by neighbors. As sympathy for the city surged, allies came forth to lend support. Among them was the general of the Northern Regiment, who, sickened by the barbaric actions of the other battalions, joined forces with Prince Leosin to form a formidable army. Together they leveraged their political influence and favors to persuade the nearby realm of Arch Ares and Nuance to join the cause. However, even with the tide turning in their favor, victory did not come easy. The War of the Fifth Era lasted 22 years and saw buried 1 in every 3 men. Prince Leosin himself added another number to the casualties. However, even in death, he had won. Oris had fallen, and with it, the realm. The black flags that had flown for 5 eras were burned, and in their place, red banners were hoisted in honor of the fallen of Fen. The few remaining members of the former royal family fled in fear of their lives to the south, forever exiled. The current era. Today, the realm inherited by the 3 Fen Ares, Arch Ares, and Araja once again stands united as allies. Though the distance between our people has grown, our connection to this land remains as strong as ever. The spruce and birch that span across our realm serve as a constant reminder that we all share a common past. For this is, despite everything else, a land rich in history, a land of myth and wonder, a land that sprung forth the greatest empire the world has ever seen, the land of our fathers, of our mothers, and of our children. Blocked out who it was written by. Okay. So we're going to want to drop that again. But we are now down to a single path unless we can find a key card. As well as very low in steps. Can we get back up there? I don't think so. There'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, no, we could only make it to the passageway. Because I was thinking the utility closet would allow us to go through the door in the dark room. Because this could also just be a dead end. Yeah, because either it's a door that happens to go to the left, or it's just like a walk-in closet or something. Oh no, it won't be a walk-in closet because we already had that. these two will end our run. So let's go with the archived. Okay, it's a hallway. Dining room. Oh! After rank 8 has been reached. I think we have to go back to rank 8 in order to actually get the food here, though. But this will give us 2 paths. Okay, no. Good. I was wrong. I'm glad I was wrong. We got steps back. And we have the boiler room, so we got 30 steps. That's a big help. Okay. Go this way first. What special key do we have? Silver key. Yeah, let's go with that. This would be the end at that point. Gymnasium would allow us to drop down below. Which, importantly, we could potentially put the breaker box there without worrying about it. Blocking anything off. Okay. Set to low, by the way. Okay. This could be the kitchen. We'll take 3 steps. We're not quite as low. I'm going to take this in the hopes that it's the kitchen. So that we can buy more food to get steps, as well as increase our allowance. Okay, it's not. We did spread gems that we don't need to itself in the courtyard. We'll go in case there's a shovel or something. We did get an apple, so we got the step back at least. Okay. Yeah. All that said. Commissary would allow us to continue. And it will give us the allowance token. So we'll go with that. Okay, we can buy a shovel. Which I think we'll want to do. So a few dig spots that we can go through that might have turnips and stuff like that. In addition, do we have enough steps? Okay, so we go here. Like, assuming this is a dead end. We don't necessarily have to go in there. We have 25. 1, 2. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, we'd have enough steps. Okay. See what this is. Okay, so this is going to end over run, but it will give us meta progression. Because we can't see it here, but in the aquarium, we did see. It's easier to see when you drain it, but there is some connection between the patio and the archive. But I will get the utility closet. Well, hold on. Let's recount everything. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Then we'd end in the dark room. But we might get a turnip from the dig spots in the patio. So going into the utility box to flip that won't necessarily... Well, we'd have to do that to continue anyways. Okay, but we can get to security, which is the main thing that I want to make sure we can do. So let's do this. I selected the wrong thing, guys. Well, this will give us 5 steps back. So we can still potentially do it. Okay. That... Okay. What would be a dead end? Let's go here. Hey, mailroom is nice. I don't think we have to go in there, though. We can save a step. I don't see anything. There might be a key or something, but we can save the step without going in. This would also end our run, and actively end our run, but it means that tomorrow we can start with 12 gems. And then 2 additional money to allowance. Just for that day, though. This would allow us to continue. But I don't think... because we don't have... Yeah, we don't have the broken lever this time. So even if we get the greenhouse... Well, no, we can't enter through the door for the greenhouse anyways, because you blocked that with the dark room. We can't go to the left because that's blocked off. And we don't have... It would be very hard to get the room for the right one, if at all, because I don't remember which one opens the left and which one opens the right. We do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with the freezer. Start the next day with 12 gems. But we don't have to enter it. 'Cause there's no items in there that we can get, because anything in there is frozen right now. So we can save the step without having to go in that way. Okay, so that ends the run. But it makes the next run a lot nicer. Okay. We want to go here. Of course. Turn up. That would have been 2 allowance tokens, guys. Okay. But yeah, we did notice that there was a hidden dig spot here, which gives you a file cabinet key. So we saw this in the aquarium, in one of the, like, aquariums in the aquarium. Great. We do also have the running shoes. I did forget about that. That makes things a little bit easier to get through everything. Want to go straight. Seeing if there's any... This way. There were coins in here. Oh, right. We're frozen, so we're not actually getting the coins at this point. Okay. But with the archive, like, we did also see that it was this spot specifically. Upgrade disc. Oh, there's also this. This document attests that Mary Matthew Epson's, our mother, was born to Lady Clara Epson and Simon H. Sinclair. In the house, in this hospital at 4:05 a.m. on Tuesday, the 22nd day of January, in the 6th era. And witness whereof East Weddington Hospital certifies that the information above is true, as verified by its duly authorized office of the Fen Aries Register of Persons. The doctor was Lily Rizian Rose, and Sarah Javian Register's office. Importantly, there's the upgrade desk. Which is why I wanted to make sure we could get back to security. So that we could actually turn this upgrade disk in and upgrade one of our rooms. Okay. What are we upgrading? The boudoir. So we can either make it so that the boudoir gives us a gem, which, because we've opened the chest, means that we get 2 gems from here. Or we can make it so that we can get 2 reroll dice, so that we're less likely to end our run. Or 3 extra steps. I don't think steps are worth it. The reroll dice are nice, but you can always just reroll into stuff that you don't need. I think the gems, in most cases, like, obviously, today it didn't matter because we had the hovel. But if we don't have the hovel, gems are more important. This is just 2 free gems every time we go here instead of the 1. So we'll go with that one. Okay. But we don't have a keycard door to go through the dark room. So that's gonna be everything. We'll call it a day. But we'll be starting tomorrow with 12 gems. Which means if there's ever a day we don't want the hovel, it's tomorrow. Save and continue. Our allowance did also increase. So now instead of starting with 4, we're starting with 9 today, but it's 7 every other day. Let's go out and draft that side room. The time starts at 8 o'clock every single day. So we now know that today is the 15th. Because yesterday was the 14th. Just in case you get the shelter. Which you did. So let's go with the shelter. So we know today is the 15th. Shelter's also really good because when we draft red rooms, 3 times we can just ignore the negative effect. But yes, like there's a time lock safe here. Time lock safe. The sheltered time lock safe can be accessed by setting an unlock date and time. You can use any date and time as long as it's at least 1 hour in the future. So we spent some time coming down here, so it's already like probably 8:15, we'll say. It'll remain open for 4 hours. So we know it's November 15th. It might be the 16th. Okay, and it's pure hours in advance. So we'll set it to 10. AMs. We'll set it to 10, and then we'll just wait until it's 10 o'clock. Radiation monitor. So I've measured the radiation levels detected in the house and surrounding grounds. If the reading is 12 USBs or higher, emergency protocols will initiate and all doors in the house will automatically unlock. Currently, it is 0.06. Okay. While we're here, we can gain access to the wrong way. One terminal. So I'll do that for the lab. And my reason why is to try and get the experiment early on to see what we want to draft. If we get an experiment that requires specific rooms and stuff. Okay. So let's... React the terminals. Set up the experiment. So now, besides just continuing a path, we don't really need to go into the lab today. Research log. Did 3 yesterday. Set up an experiment. Okay, so the next 3 times you open a locked trunk, well, let's see. We can get an allowance token again. Set your steps to 40. That'll suck early on, but later on it could have us continue basically indefinitely. Small chest to the entrance. If we had a sledgehammer, I'd be fine with that. While drafting, if you draw a drawing room floor plan. I mean, this will only proc... So, this doesn't mean that we draft the drawing room. It's just if it shows up in the options. But it basically means, hey, never take the drawing room. lot of bedrooms are dead end. But we do like taking bedrooms. And if we don't know that we'll get any trunks right now. This is kind of an infinite loop, but so long as you have the keys. Next 3 times you open a locked trunk. Open a trunk, spawn 2 trunks in the entrance hall. Open a trunk, spawn another 2 trunks. You just have to hope that you keep getting keys in the trunks. I'm gonna keep going with allowance. That, because like, the quicker we can get a lot of allowance, the quicker we don't have to worry about money being a thing at all. And I think the bedroom is the most likely chance to have that. It won't start right away. We need to get 2 after. We need to get 2 bedrooms first before start working on that. So it's possible we might not get anything. Okay. Unlock save. Okay. Remember. Okay. So we'll go check when it's 10 o'clock. If we come back and it's not unlocked, it means today's the 16th. And then we'll just move it forward to the 16th and then try again. Maybe we are for now, given that the Red Guard is due tomorrow. We've agreed with your plan and have disabled remote access to the other terminals and have sealed the network mainframe. Regardless of danger, I'm still not willing to risk moving shelter from the draft pool while the 3 of you are down there. Our best bet is to sit tight and hope for a little bit of luck. Okay. So there doesn't seem to be anything else here right now until we can get access to that. So we'll have to wait until the time says 10. At which point I might take my stretch break early while we're waiting for the time to shift. Because I think it's best to literally just wait here for it. Yeah, because you have to wait another hour in-game. So I'll take my stretch break now. Since we'll just be standing here regardless. Don't need to refill my water though, but I'll be back in a couple moments regardless. See you soon. Okay, I'm back. Still have to wait 25 minutes. And hope that I'm right that today is the 15th and not the 16th. Otherwise, we'll have to wait another 2 hours. But rather than waiting here the entire time, at that point, I'll draft a few rooms while we're waiting, because 2 hours is a lot longer than one that we're waiting. Do you have the Black Ridge Grotto we can explore? Don't think there's anything we can do in there right now, but might as well enter it. But we'll finish this first. Almost there. Okay. 10 o'clock. See if I had the date right. If not, we move it forward a day. Yeah. Okay. So now anytime we draft the shelter, in addition to giving us 3 red rooms, negative effects just blocked, we'll also get a free gem to start the day. Okay. Dear Uncle, so we would think it's some mother who's writing this. Because I don't know of any other siblings that, like, us having any other uncles. The disappearance of my cousin Mary has long... Okay, so Mary's our mother, so this is either our aunt or uncle somewhere else. The disappearance of my cousin Mary has long sat unfavorably with me and my father, and I will freely admit to you that the chilly airs of indifference you may have felt in my presence can be attributed entirely to the suspicion that I have harbored for these past years, suspicions entirely aimed at yourself. And while I have never had the opportunity to prove it, I felt very strongly that you had some deeper involvement in those events 4 years ago. The circulating rumors of those months did nothing but further reinforce my convictions in this fact. Those of us that are once bitten are twice shy, and I am aware of the cost my aggressively aloof behavior has had on the social standings of our family. I do not apologize for my actions, though I am now willing to admit that the conclusion, I reached may have been flawed. Last week, I had a confidential conversation with one of our mutual acquaintances, a conversation that has shed more light on this mystery than all of my father's countless fruitless inquiries over the years. I now have reason to believe that you were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin under cover of night across the red border to the southern seafront, and I believe this may have occurred in September, a full 7 months after she was reported missing, a date that coincides not with her public disappearance in February, but instead with the notable theft of the Ruby Crown. If the Blackwater insurgents were in fact responsible for the heist, as some have claimed, I believe the scenario entirely plausible, and the fact that 2 of the Crown's 8 rubies have now surfaced has given me renewed optimism that she is still alive. Alive, safe, and finally free. Perhaps my willingness to accept such a sensational story betrays my own desperation. Desperation for answers, desperation for hope, and desperation for a narrative in which you are not the villain. In that distant land we all dream of, the land where the strangling crimson curtain draped across our sky are pulled back and the windows and shutters of discontent flung wide open. In that distant land, I pray one day to find our Marion safe, happy, and absolved. Courtney. So we have an aunt named Courtney. I actually didn't remember that. And basically, she noticed that she believes that our mother's still alive and was smuggled out at the same time that the Ruby Crown was stolen, which you saw in the archive, that was stolen, as well as information about our mother in the same book. So this is heavily implying that our mother helped steal that crown, and our great uncle knew about it and left and stored our mother here in the shelter for 7 months before finally somehow getting her out of here without being noticed. Because that's what that note was saying. It's like, that's why the shelter... That's actually why these terminals couldn't connect to each other, was so that no one could see what was happening in the shelter. Because he didn't want to remove the shelter from the draft pools for some reason. In case they'd be stuck in here forever. Nothing here. Okay, but we have that. We've used a lot of steps to get that. We're wanting to draft bedrooms today anyways. So I'll go to the grotto. I don't think there's anything in here that we can do right now. But we can see what's in here. So there's this. Microchip. Looks like it might be able to be plugged in somewhere. Well, we can plug it in here. But it looks like we need 2 other microchips. I-100. Nothing on these. Nothing on that. Yeah, it's like we notice on the door. We have one of those in. The door turns off. I think we're going to want to find 2 other microchips to get through that door. I do not know what's behind them. Because this is not something I have seen. But we do have another terminal here. Which we... 3, 4... I don't expect Swan Song would be it. I'm pretty sure it's not, actually. Yeah, admin not found. I do know a code for that, but we haven't found that info yet, so I'm not going to do that. That'd be too sequence breaky. But yeah, there was nothing here. It's just a wasted step at that point. But we now know about those microchips, and I will sequence break to get those. Okay, it was the bird. I was gonna say I saw something move. It's like, okay. Okay. We do want gems. Oh, sorry. Well, we want keys. Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. Okay, we have the commissary, which we can get that early. We have a lot of money. Okay. We'll open that. I'm not going to go in just yet. I want to see what's along this path. Now, because we got the drawing room so early, I wish I chose that for the experiment. I'll take the den, though. But I'll go through the commissary. Okay, we can buy gems. We need it. An early salt shaker is nice. A sledgehammer is also nice. I'll take the sledgehammer. Because then if we ever find a chest, we don't have to worry about using a key for them. But I do think we'll want the sledgehammer if we can get 3 more... Or not the sledgehammer, the salt shaker, if we can get 3 more coins. All of these lead to a dead end. Okay. This will give us the coins we need. As well as the food. I'm not going to eat that orange just yet. Because we can go back here. Yes, it costs 2 steps. But we can get the salt shaker. That didn't actually pay for itself. We actually lost. I should have ate it before going through. In hindsight. For some reason, I thought I gave 2 extra steps, not 1. But either way, an early salt shaker with food will be nice. Bedroom. I want this, but it goes to the dead end. I want this to see what we have, but it goes to the dead end, and it was stuck on just the left. So I'm going to have to go with the drawing room. But let's see what's in here. We can get the nook. We'll take an extra step. Got a trunk, though. Okay. I do think, even though it will take an extra step to, well, an extra 2 steps to go through, I do think we want to enter through the drawing room, though, so that we can redraft in case we want something else. We also need to get the gem from here, so. Okay. An early nursery is nice. It is a dead end, though. But I do think I want to get that. Because we can redraw to make sure we get an extra, at least 2 doors going north. There's another gem here to pay it back. Okay. Do we want to end the run? I think the chapel's good here because it will give us 2 paths. We could redraw, but we might not get anything with 3 doors. So the chapel now is fine. What do we have? So in the commissary, there was the metal detector for 10. Need that for anything? I don't think so. Let's go grab it. Let's get the metal detector. We're gonna lose 1 coin when we enter the chapel. I don't see a world where we need more than 14 gems. So I'd rather hold on to the 2 coins for later. Yes, this way. Oh, wait, this is sheltered anyways. I do think the kitchen is fine. Yeah, don't think we get the trophy room. I will get the bacon and the egg so we have the morning room in the pool. That's because of the pump room. We can now turn that on. I don't know exactly what that does, if anything, but you can turn it on. I want the mailroom, but I don't want more than 1 path. So I don't want only 1 path to continue. Okay. Let's go through here. Bedroom's nice. Because this will now, any bedroom that we place will give us an allowance token. Okay, before we go in there though, let's draft this way as well. I'm taking the mail in. It's dangerous. The silver key is nice. The 2 extra keys is nice. Honestly, all of these is nice. Because we're less likely to draw dead ends. Okay. We do need something to push us to the right. And hopefully still keep going up. Okay. We'll go with the parlor. Both of these give 2 gems. But this goes to the right. We can already go to the left through the chapel if need be. What's that? Ah. Okay. So, the gems on a box with a statement. If this is true, they're not in the white one. The gems are in the black box. Again, I thought I accidentally opened it. So again, if this counts as true, and this is true, then the black box. If this is true, and this is false, well, actually, if this is true, and this is true, it would mean that the gems are in the black box, which would mean that this is true, so that can't be the case because all three of them are true. If this is true, and this is false, and this is true, they're in the blue box. If this is false, and this is true, this could be true as well, which would point to the black box. This could be false, which would point to the blue box. No, so if this is false and this is true, let's start here. If this is true and this is true, if this is true, then the gems are in here, which means this has to be true and this has to be false. So if this is true, this has to be true. If this is false, if this is also false, that means blank is true. Which also means that it's here because of these statements. If this is true, but this is false, it would be in here. Okay, so true, true. This would be false. Okay, so this true and true doesn't work. True and false would point to black. False, false, true would point to black. False, true, wait, no. False, false from this would point to blue. False, true. This could be true, would point to... So, if this is false, if this is also false, it's in blue. If this is true, it's in black. If this is true, then this can't be true, because that would make this true. So if this is true, and this is false, if this is also false, it's in white. If this is true, it's in blue. False. False points here. False. True. True, it's here. I might get this wrong. We have plenty of gems. Okay. So, now we can learn about the false statements. So, we know it's not in here. So, if this is true, and this is true, then that would be true, so that wouldn't happen. If this is true, and this was false, then if this is true, it's in blue. If it's false, it's in white. If this is false, and this is true, is not the case. If this is false, and this is false, then this would have been true, which would have pointed here. No, if this is false, and this is false, it would have pointed here. So I didn't actually learn anything. Okay. One of these days, I'll figure out whether blank means true or false. Let's go with corridor. Okay, we'll go courtyard because they'll give us 2 paths. If we can get a key card anyways. We don't... You know, we have a sledgehammer, we don't have a shovel. But we can break open this. Get 2 keys. This seems like a good place for silver key. I will take the cloister with the most doors. And if we get a shovel, we'll have a place to go in, and we have plenty of gems. But yeah, we can't dig through those yet. No food. Can't go north. Go through this door. Okay. We don't need the lab. This will give us 3 more gems if we ever burn through them. Because itself, where we are now, and then we can go back to the courtyard. There it is. It's like this might also give us a shovel. It did not, and that's another security door. Not going this way. Okay. Wampus room makes sense. Okay. Ooh, we got running shoes too. Didn't even know this could spawn in here. Okay. What you got for me, Great Elzara?
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear.
That's the car in front of the fountain at the
I
front.
see the darkened cloud of ruin, familiar to us both, now decrepit, run down, and in disrepair. I see 8 red envelopes, resting upon 8 pedestals. And in these 8 envelopes, I see 8 letters penned by 8 different hands. 8 letters of which you will only ever find and read 7. Just like the art hanging the walls of these rooms. There is a letter missing. What you have heard here has been foreseen
Okay.
by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay. So we've already found 4 of those letters. According to Elzara, we'll only ever find 3 other ones. We'll see if that's the case. Still, ominous as always. Thank you, Elzara. Okay, dining room is nice. We still need to go up 2 to properly benefit from that, but okay. Not short on gems just yet. I do think this is more important than going to the right, because we can already go to the right here to hopefully keep going up. And we can finally advance the day. It's a regular door. Let's see what's through here before we continue. Okay, we got the morning room. It blocks off the 3 places below, but we still have access via the chapel. And tomorrow we'll start with 2 gems. See anything in there just yet? We'll go this way first. It's key. Okay, we have the secret passage. The gymnasium would be sheltered. This would allow us to skip past the cloister. Okay, we'll go with that. There's the green room. Apparently we can have a second cloister. Next to the first cloister. This one could potentially allow us to skip past the patio security door. This could give us a shovel, though. And we have a lot of dig spots. Okay, let's go with that. It did not. And it just gave us another security door. Yes. Let's go through the morning room. This is the first time entering this room. Okay. The Baron of Mount Holly, named nephew provisional heir. Okay, November 5th. This is how you're supposed to know that this was the first day. Because it says November 5th there, which is when we were named it. So that's how you're supposed to know that. Without using the library, that is. In the blue hours of Wednesday morning, the venerable Baron of Mount Holly, Herbert S. Sinclair, passed away at the ripe age of 73 after a prolonged struggle with the heart condition that had been kept from the public eye until his final days. Esteemed as a pillar of society and renowned for his penchant for crafting puzzles, he was a source of endless fascination to our readers over the years, not least through his popular column, Baron Bafflers, which he penned for over a decade. The particulars of the announcement of his successor yesterday has left his devoted followers with one last intrigue to ponder. The reading of his will precipitated a flurry of speculation, for his niece and presumptive heir, the much beloved and lamented Mary Matthew Jones, has been missing, presumed deceased, for the past 6 years. Mrs. Jones, better known to our readers by her pen name, Mary Marigold, enchanted the hearts and minds of children across the realm with a literary creation such as The Red Prince, Swimbird, and A New Clue. Her disappearance remains one of the age's most tragic mysteries. With her whereabouts unknown, it was Marigold's own son, Simon P. Jones, a lad of but 14 summers, who was yesterday named the provisional heir to the sprawling Cinca Empire. However, this vast inheritance is accompanied by an undisclosed contractual condition. Given the Baron's well-known penchants for tests of mettle and wit, it's clear that the young heir from Weddington, distinguished in his own right as last year's county science fair runner-up, faces an extraordinary challenge in the coming weeks. More to follow. Deposit key. Okay. And an upgrade disc. We can use that in the shelter. We just have to make sure we can get there. But I will pick that up. So, need to be more mindful of my steps. Okay, we do want to make sure we go north. Okay, I will use the silver key. Okay. Let's go with the conference. Let's go to the West Wing Hall, because it's going to only show up on the West Wing. Where this could show up on the left side if we need it. Oh yeah, that's just saying that this side has been closed. Okay. We do want security. So we'll want a breaker box if we can find one. That's dinner. But let's do the upgrade disc first. Okay, mailroom. Okay, so we can either have it delivered the same day once we reach rank 8. No contact delivery. The package will be dropped off at the entrance steps the day after drafting this room. Or a very large package will be delivered here 3 days after drafting this room. This one sounds terrible, because there's no guarantee in 3 days that we'll get it. If we're already reaching rank 8, whatever items we can get from the mailroom is likely not that important. This just means, hey, you dropped the mailroom, don't have to worry about finding it the next day. It's just in the front. This is by far the best one. Because like a lot of them can come Like, a lot of the upgrades, it's like, oh yeah, it's like, yeah, I can see a reason for this one over that one. This one's just better. Because you don't have to worry about having to find it on the day. I will. For now, set that to low. Set that to unlock. And hope. Well, actually. Are we missing anything in the estate? There should be one gem. Yeah. And a lockpick kit. Okay, where's that? We have 3 keys, so it's not super urgent, but where could that have been? I don't know where that would have been. It might have been in the mailroom, actually. Okay. But for now... Whoop. I found the lockpick kit. Okay. We can do the office. So no matter what we're blocking off, going to the right. We can already go up through security to hopefully get to that top corner. I'm gonna go for the walk-in closet in the hopes of finding a key code here. We didn't. One of these days, we'll find a keycard in here. It'll be a day when we've had the breaker box, but one of these days we will. Okay, so we can go to the study. The lab would allow us to go over to the corner. The study would be a dead end. We would get a gem. And then we can use gems to redraw what we're after. It doesn't really matter because I'm pretty sure everywhere but the chapel is blocked off. Let's go lab. We still have 7 gems. Nothing in here. Oh yeah, there it is. I knew there was... This is the PR table. It's like, use this to help solve the one over there. In order to solve this, which we now don't have to worry about because we already unlocked the Black Ridge Grotto. Okay. We can use the dark room. So, if we're able to open this door, we'll be able to access the antechamber. But there'll be no point in actually going in there just yet. Can I see... Yeah, I can't. If an item spawned in there, I can't see it from here. But we'll go down... We can get the food from the dining room. And that's on the way to the courtyard anyways. Okay. 20 steps. Oh, right, we had the salt shaker today. Morning room. Okay, we just... So, there's some... It's like the sauna. We've seen that. I haven't actually taken it. There's some of these time rooms that in order to get the effect, you have to end your day in that room. The morning room's not one of those. So we'll start tomorrow with 2 gems no matter what. Not that way. This way? Yeah. Okay, that is the security door. That's the security door. Way north is the security door. We're gonna want to go through the chapel then. Oh. We didn't pick up that gem yet. What? Yes. Okay. Utility closet would allow us to go north of the patio. Pool would allow us to keep drafting here. Let's open those doors. Okay, let's turn off the gym. Should have flipped that while I was up there, but for just that reason. But it's only really matters because like we might be able to get like a gem or something in there. But I didn't want to waste a step. Now we can at least... I'll keep those 4 coins. Nope, not that way. Let's go straight. Vault. All 3 of these are dead ends. We have a safety deposit key. So let's take the vault. Yeah, this is another way to see the date. So it's like today was November 15th. Okay, and it shows on the key that we need 233. 233. Money. And an allowance token. And a passport. So this one's that's our mother, because we've seen pictures of her. But this says it's Gray Daniels. This one has been compromised. Intriguing. There's another rook room. We've now lost all 5 of those rooms down below. Go. Yes. Go this way. We don't have the broken lever, do we? We don't. This, because we're already cut off by the left. If we find the broken lever, like all these are dead end again. This would give us an allowance token because of our experiment, as well as 10 steps. This could potentially allow us to get to the antechamber if we're able to get in through the south and find the broken lever. This is just dead end, so that one doesn't really matter. I'll go greenhouse. There is a shovel in here. And because we filled this with water, we can now get gems from here. Money. Coins. Money. So we'll be on the lookout for the broken lever. We looked at that before. Don't see anything else. Okay. Oh, right. I should have done. We have four keys and 7 gems. The only thing we can really get from the dig spots that will make a different right. Oh, and 75 coins, by the way. The only things we can find in the dig spots that'll matter at the moment would be the turnip for extra steps, but we have plenty of steps as well. Okay, that would block off. Okay, so finding the broken lever doesn't matter. Because in order to get there, we have to go down from below, and we can't do that. Because dead end goes to the right, so dead end on the left. Goes up and to the right, so dead end on the left. This, at the bare minimum, would give us an allowance token, because it counts as a bedroom. But we're not getting to the antechamber today. This did use up the last of the shelters. Oh, the dark room's actually not dark because of the shelter. That's true. So we didn't have to worry about that being turned off. But there wasn't really a reason to go in there. But yeah, as you noticed before, it's like the archive's in here. The laundry room's in here. Which I'm guessing is just showing the thing about converting the steps to stuff, as far as I know. I don't... This looks like the den? Or it could be the front hall. But here, this is the... patio? Yeah, the patio. And then you can see very... Well, you can't see right now, but if you were to drain this of water, there'd be an X right there, letting you know to dig under that spot. And that's how you're supposed to know about the upgrade disc in the archives. Okay. That doesn't matter at this point. That allows us to keep going up. A run's basically done at this point anyways. So I think I'd prefer this to get another allowance token. It's also the first time we've drafted this room. So yeah, we got 4 keys because we have 4 bedrooms. The quarters, the bedroom, the nursery, and the aquarium. There are 12 major keys. Okay. Hartley, I know we spoke often of this day, and I don't think there's anything I can say of the past 40 years that I haven't already attempted to tell you, and numerous times in the past. Half-stated gratitude always interrupted with tactful and polite repudiations. That word, from you. I'd always known this final letter could give me the perfect opportunity to finally express myself uninterrupted by you and unfettered by social graces, but I don't feel the inclination to say aloud what has always been unsaid between us. With my passing, I release you from your post and service to the Sinclair family and implore you to live the remainder of your years on your own terms, as scary and unfamiliar of a concept as that may be for you. Besides, I think a more junior valet would be better situated to meet the needs of young Master Simon. To that end, if you wish, you may stay on long enough to oversee the training and establishment of your successor in their post, but as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instructions for you to quit must be satisfied. Ignoring what I imagine your obligation might be after reading this, I have decided to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. My lawyers have all the details of the gift and will be contacting you shortly about the particulars. For the past 4 decades, you have served willingly as a subject and victim to my many whims, games, and whittles, and so rest assured, unlike my nephew, you will not be put to yet another challenge to prove yourself worthy in this matter. The house is yours without strings or stipulations. I had for a time gleefully entertained the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new residence, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her. Until we meet again, my friend, Herbert. So he fired Hartley, who was his old valet, but gave him a lake house as severance pay. But I'm sorry, Hartley. We cost you your job. In a way. But I don't see anything in here. Okay. So this is gonna be the last room. Okay. So the library would get us into the antechamber if we could draw a way to open the door. Same with the office. No matter what the run is ended right now, I'm gonna go with the attic. Because we haven't seen this room yet. And there's no guarantee that redrawing would get us something new. Because the only thing I can think of that would be worthwhile would be like the sauna. If we could redraw into that. So that we start the next day with 20 extra steps. But let's go with the attic. Gem. Battery pack. That is unfortunate. Because we don't have the workroom. We did get another safety deposit key, actually. So that's nice. I hate you, game. Now? Now you show up? Okay, treasure map. Which is this room, right? Yes. This looks like the spot. Eight gems that we can't use on anything. Well. That treasure map doesn't pass on day to day, by the way. It just happened to be that we found this in the room that it's in. That X could be anywhere in that location. Every time we find a treasure map, it just tells you, hey, go to the spot, and you might find something. Dear Miss Marigold, thank you so much for giving our editors the opportunity to consider your illustrated children's book, The Red Prince. Unfortunately, I regret that we have come to the conclusion that although the illustrations are wonderful, we do not think the material is a good fit with Buffington's current catalog, and therefore will not be pursuing a partnership at this time. If you provide us with a return envelope, your manuscript will be returned to you, otherwise it has been recycled. Thank you again for thinking of us here at Buffington, and do not be discouraged to submit any work you complete in the future. We wish you every success in finding a home for your book. Tom Sander, editor. Buffington Red Publishing, Children's Book Department. Change the ending to political. So, we now know that the ending of that book is not her original ending. She had to change it to get it published. Don't remember if there's something else in here that matters. I mean, I think this is important for something. I don't know what it is. It's just him pointing. So I think this is him pointing at where those two flames are lighting up. I think that's what's telling us, like, hey, that's important at some point. I think that's what it means. If it means something else, I don't know. That might be it. Yeah. Okay. That's all we have here. We do want to head back to the vault. Just straight down. This way. And this key is 149. Another allowance token. This one also seems to have been compromised. It's the mom, but this one's named Samantha Hayes. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be it for this run. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I would say if I'm forgetting it, it must not be that important, but with this game, that's definitely not true. Something else I wanted to do. I mean, I think there was, like, yeah, I guess. I don't expect we'll find anything important. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's just turnips, nothing. And coins. And keys that we can find. That's a lot of turnips, by the way. I'm actually disappointed that that was a coin and not another turnip, even though we don't need them. I mean, I guess we could check what's in the dark room. is to see what we could have gotten, because like I said, it was sheltered. We actually didn't have to worry about it being locked off. If the broken lever is in there, I'm gonna be really mad. Game! Why do you punish me so much? Why? There's something else in here. Ah. Okay, well, I'll show you what happens with the broken lever. Yeah, still this way. Yeah, straight. A little bit faster. Yeah. When we have that, we can put it back in, pull it down, and it opened the southern door, but we can't access it. We had 4 rerolls. Though I think, to be fair, we got 2 of them from the attic, 2 from the servants' quarter, so we actually wouldn't have been able to reroll the aquarium. But it does kind of suck because we had the opportunity here to go up, and we didn't. Oh well. Well, either way, I'll call it a day. And I'll do one more as penance for not checking the dark room when I had the chance, as well as for missing the last 2 days of streams. But I also want to see what the our allowance is at now. Because we gained 2 more from the experiment, and then we gained 4 from allowance tokens we found. Okay. Yeah, we do start with 2 gems. So every single day we'll start with 13 coin now. We didn't get the mail room. So the mail room is still the old one, so it's not here. Plus we picked up the item yesterday. That's the other reason that the delivery makes the most sense, because it means every time we drop the mail room, you'll get an item, rather than every other time like this, like it is now. Ooh. Let's go with the schoolhouse one. We did need that for this. So now 3 of the fires lit. We need to find 1 more. And I don't actually remember where the last one is. This is the great uncle's desk. Thought there was like a note or there it is. Closing address. For the last 38 years, it has been my pleasure of serving as your schoolmaster in this humble little facility, and meager as it may look by modern standards, I think most of us who spent our afternoons here will readily admit that we are reluctant to see this small piece of Reddington history go. I first wish to thank Lady Epson, our most gracious host today, for not only paying attention in my classes those many years ago, but for all the fundraising she has done on behalf of our community and our children. Without her, Reddington Elementary would still be a distant and blurry vision, a vision that I dared not even dream. That dreamer is, of course, the incomparable Mrs. Peterson, our future principal and my reluctant successor, who I might add, forced me to give this speech, so that I think I'll end my praise of her there, though she deserves much more, I'll admit. To the architect of our new school, the Baron Sinclair, thank you for following in your father's footsteps in building Reddington yet another school, and for also allowing the use of your own private residence and floor plans to serve as our interim facility until the new campus is completed in March. A decision I'm certain he will immediately regret tomorrow morning when he has the children running through his halls. And lastly, I wish to thank all my students, many of you here today whom I have not seen in years, whose faces I still remember as young and manners wild. Those here whose parents before them I have also taught, and whose children I may yet. Without you, I would have had a lifetime of quiet peace, and yet, what is all the peace in the world if you had no one to bestow demerits upon? Thank you all sincerely. My time here has meant the world to me, and if I am still standing in 8 months, I will see you all at the slightly less melancholic ribbon-cutting ceremony next year. Better joke to end? Remember to give Mrs. Peterson her gift. Okay. This looks like it could be opened. But it can't. Okay. But that's all that's in here. So now, going forward, if we draw the schoolhouse, we don't necessarily have to come in and waste that extra step. What's ahead? So with the storeroom, which I think it will. They want the keys, and a third gem is always appreciated. I will place the nook, but I'm going to draft the other door first. Classroom. That is right. We'll place that. I will grab the key in here. And draft this room, but I think we'll go through the classroom. Okay, we don't want the library. We'll go bedroom. But I'll hold off going through there. Let's go through the classroom first. Okay, so grade 1. We know there's 8 classrooms in the draft pool, so grades 1 to 8. Fill in each object below with its correct color. And then we can see the scores that the different students had. So you must really like red. So two of these items are red, which we would guess, I would assume would be the fire hydrant and the current. You got 10 out of 12. So 2 of these are wrong. Uh, 9 out of 12. Each color is only used twice. And you got 10 out of 12 on this as well. So we know that if only 2 of the colors are wrong, there's 3 blues and 3 reds. So the fire hydrant and the current make sense as red. So the gecko likely isn't. And the blueprints and the pond make sense as blue, so that flag is likely not blue. So those are the two that are missing there. Which would line up here. Okay. So you got 10 out of 12 as well. You have all the colors correct. That's the red one. Okay, so we know that the flag with the heart is orange, and the flag with the hourglass is purple. So you got a green wrong here with the bottom flag. You have the blueprint wrong. And you have the gecko wrong, I believe. Because that should be green. Because, yeah. Based off of this one, orange is in the top corner. So that purple is one of the ones you got wrong here. Because that should be orange, which means you also got the flag wrong. So that's the two that this person got wrong is the flag in the top corner and the flag in the bottom. Which means the top left flag is yellow. Because you actually got that. Yeah. So what this person got wrong, the top left flag should be yellow, and the gecko should be green. That's where they went wrong. That doesn't matter just yet, though. And I'll probably forget by the time it does matter. But yeah, this also explains the puzzle. Trying to figure out what the difference is. Not seeing anything else of import. Okay. Go to the next room. I think I do want to redraw this because I don't want to waste the corridor right now. I'd prefer the hallway in a room that actually matters, and same with the chapel. Library makes sense. Yeah. Let's go with the library. So let's try signing up the history of Orinda again. Now that we know that there's a version that isn't been blocked off. Classified. I couldn't think of the word. Okay. Wine cellar would only have us going out through the bedroom, but would give us 3 gems. This would only pay for itself. This would allow us to have 2 rooms, but take one of our gems. I'll take the aquarium. We did get the gem back, thankfully. Put a closet here. Get another gem and a key. I'm still mad at that. Because the classrooms cost gems, let's get the parlor. We want as many gems as we can. Okay. The black box is not empty. So if this is true, the gems are here. If it's not, they're somewhere else. This is the black box. This is the lie. This is the black box. This is the lie. So these two are definitely lying. This is telling the truth. Because there's the lying, this is still just a black box. It doesn't matter that they're claiming to be black. So the gems will be in here. Okay. Dan would only have us going up, but would get us another gem. Chapel's the same way. Observatory is a dead end. Let's go Dan. I'd prefer to use that somewhere else, but the gem is nice nonetheless. Passageway is good here. I'll go courtyard. You got a metal detector. Kind of hoping for a shovel. But if nothing else, it'll make the patio a little bit stronger if we draft that again. Security is good here. So that we can adjust it so less likely to get security doors. Though, as far as I know, the game has basically been lying about that. Set it to low. Unlocked. Security menu. The inventory. Not missing anything just yet. Let's set up an experiment. I want remote access. Enter. Set up experiment. Next 3 times, you open a locked trunk. We can keep buffing our allowance. We do have a bunch of dig spots already. I do think this is the best here because we're kind of all right for gold right now. The stars, I don't really mind being low for the time being. I don't really want to spend keys on trunks. So yeah, we'll hope for a shovel. Okay. Okay, let's go here. Or not and say we did. Or do and say we did. Okay. Let's go with quarter. Because we'll know that this door will be unlocked. Where is it? There it is. Money. Okay. Chapel would allow us to go straight and down. The capacitor just allow us to go straight. Let's go with chapel. Money. We'll find that game. Commissary could allow us to buy a shop. This lets us go up, though. Which I think is a bit more important. Okay. That being said, let's keep drafting downward. We'll go billion. Okay. 8. 10 minus 5 is 5 times 4 is 20. 17 minus 15 is 2 times 20 is 40 divided by 10 is 4. That's 20 minus 6 is 14 times 2 is 28. Times 7 is 4. Oh, divided by 7, sorry, not times. Okay, key code. You want to go to security and adjust that. Nah. So I'm going to be drafting downward for the most part. I do think dining room makes the most sense here. Money. This is a great spot for West Hall. Okay, we did get another classroom. No matter what, it's a dead end. So let's go with that. See the second grade. This is where you can learn about the colors for the billiard room. But you can kind of just figure that out by trial and error. Anyways. Find each sum using signs. But yeah, so here it's like 2 plus 5 is 7. 4 plus 9 is 13. 7 minus 3 is 4. 9 minus 8 is 1. 2 times 2 is 4. 3 times 4 is 12. 6, 7, 8, 9. So the top right is one that they got wrong, because that should be 10. 6, 7, 4 is right. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 is right. 6, 7. So that should be 21. That's the second one they got wrong. 6 times 1 is 6. Times 3 is 18 is right. 6 minus 1 is 5. Times 3 is 16. So the ones this person got wrong is the top. The middle, that's 18, and the bottom 16. But that's just to try and teach you how to solve the billiard puzzle. We've already solved that. I guess going up in dining room makes the most sense now. No, I will go over to security. I went the wrong way. Ooh, we actually never entered here, so I'm kind of glad I did. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so yeah, we want to go back. There is this way. We don't really need the security, the utility closet, because we have the key card. So we don't need to turn that off. We don't need to do anything with the garage anymore. Turning off the gymnasium would be nice, but not important. Drawing room's a dead end. Pantry's a dead end. I think I'd prefer both those staying in the pool. So let's redraw, see if we can go forward. We can. With the spare room. Pantry goes the wrong way. I don't really want to spend my last gem on that, though. This would stop this from showing up in the pool. And doesn't really have any other negative effects. And we don't really need to gain access above it, actually, because it's like I would have preferred this to have gone up so that we had that shortcut to security. But I do think we'll place the lavatory here. But I don't think the reason to enter. I don't see any items. Yeah. We'll ignore that. Let's... Yeah, this way. We'll go to security. We'll change the security system to high. Nope. That's fine. Okay. And then while we're here, let's unlock this. Boudoir would give us 2 gems. Which we do need a lot of gems right now. This continue going up is nice, though. Okay. I'll go with that. Okay. Pantry's nice. Again, boudoir would be nice, but I kind of want to go up, not down. Got the gem back. Kind of low on keys. That's a dead end. That would take a lot of our steps. Let's go with archive. Oh my gosh. Well, let's draft from the observatory. Because that will get us to rank 8 at least, to get more steps. We can't get that. That was likely either the cloister or the vault. So the cloister would have allowed us to keep going. Oh, but we can't get that. I don't really want to spend my gem for a dead end. So let's go with the bunk room. Maybe we'll get keys. No, but we did get 2 gems. Also, can't help but notice, now that security is high, I'm not drawing any security doors. That's only when I set it to low. Game. Let's go this way. Right. Okay, let's try from the passageway then. Okay. Well, all these are dead ends. This doesn't cost any gems. I want to hold on to the 3. Maybe this is something that can give us an item. I mean, it gives us 10 steps. And we got another gem, but we need keys. Fastest way will be straight. This way? Yeah. And this way. Very funny game. I mean, this is the dead end. This will allow us to go through, but we need a key. I'll take this. Awesome. I mean, might as well flip it. Off. On. Not that we're finding security doors, even though we should. Got pizza. If we find the furnace, the run's over anyway, so we won't need those 10 extra steps. The run's actually over regardless. Okay, so there would have been nothing we could have done there, because even if we had drafted the Great Hall, we didn't have the keys to continue on. This door is locked. This door is locked. Okay. So that's gonna be it. This round was kind of a dud. But we did get 2 classrooms, though. But it doesn't really mean anything, because we don't know what those flags are important for yet. And in the case of the multiplication for the billiard room, we've already solved that. Okay. But do I have to... Okay, no matters for going in. But that's gonna be it. We'll save and quit. So tomorrow, I should be back to Mass Effect. We'll jump back in on this on Monday because, like I said, as a reminder again, Saturday I won't be able to do streaming. But yeah, but it's like I also don't want to, because Monday would be the only day Tuesday. Tuesday we'll be back in this. Monday I'll be Mass Effect still. But Tuesday I'll play this because I don't want to drop back into Ryza for a single day before holidays messing things up again. But with that said, I want to thank you all for joining, and I'll catch you next time. Bye.